I've already said this, but if I wanted to, I could genuinely go in an insane amount of depth with every tower available to you. And I'm really considering it. Alright, so I guess we're doing this now. So a few disclaimers before we begin. I'm primarily evaluating this based on chimps and the quote-unquote base game, as it's impossible to make an objective ranking of towers based on the sheer amount of game modes there are. For a perfect example of that, the Ground Zero and Sarbamba are very solid towers that I think are incredibly enjoyable to use. But for the first half of the game's lifespan, the Ground Zero dealt damage to every single Bloon on screen. And you may hear that and think to yourself, huh? What do you mean? It still does that. And yeah, you're mostly correct. Mostly, because after patch 24, the Ground Zero was nerfed so that it could only damage up to 1,000 Bloons on screen at once. Which is such a comically high pierce cap that, for all intents and purposes, it's effectively infinite. However, in race events, where Pierce is debatably the single most important stat for a tower to have, 2.5 years later after its initial nerf, Ninja Kiwi went back to buff the tower, stating that the nerf to 1000 Pierce set for races now feels restrictive, and doubled it to 2000 instead. Yeah, some of the absolute best upgrades in chimps are borderline unusable in races, and likewise, some of the worst upgrades in chimps are all but mandatory to secure a high rank during ranked events. And I'd make a similar point for boss events in which you're usually expected to farm literal millions of dollars to deal as much damage as possible. But between all the different leaderboards, modifiers, rule sets, game modes, maps, and so on, there are just too many variables to even consider every game mode in an evaluation. I mean, have you seen Rogue Legends? What the fuck is even going on here? So, although I'm sure this is a given, my rankings are gonna be more personal and subjective than quantifiable and quote-unquote objective. Like, if a tower is really good, but I don't enjoy using it, I'm probably gonna place it in a lower tier. And likewise, if a tower is bad, but I have a lot of fun using it, it's probably gonna be placed in a higher tier. And of course there can be glaring issues with a tower's performance, and I will highlight that when it's relevant. And there are definitely cases in which a tower being bad can negatively impact how much I enjoy them. But with how much Ninja Kiwi updates and patches the game, I think it's fair to assume that most of my critiques can be solved in a single patch, and it wouldn't be fair to judge towers too harshly when they're only a small rework away from being incredibly fun and viable picks. But a few more things before we begin. You may be asking yourself, huh? A tier list? That's remarkably YouTuber-y for you, Davey. And yeah, but beyond surface level algorithmic bullshit, I actually think tier lists are an enjoyable format for videos, if they're used as a vessel for someone to talk about something they really enjoy in extensive detail. When you think about it, they're remarkably similar to video essays in that regard, and I think it's safe to say that my channel has been in that niche for a while, so I'm just gonna embrace it and have fun with it today. Also, please keep in mind that I'm going to be using background footage of all of the upgrades and dedicated strategies on incredibly easy maps, so there is going to be some major dissonance when I say something like, oh, I think this tier 5 is really weak right now, and I think it would really appreciate a buff. While in the background, it's just absolutely shredding through the entire game. With minimal exceptions, you can genuinely beat any map on any difficulty with any monkey. So unless you're going to subject yourself to one of these monstrosities on chimps, you should entirely disregard a tower's viability and just use whatever you like. There's a reason why the tier list doesn't feature an F tier. The most negative thing I can admit about any tower is that I'm disappointed by its current state in-game. So if you skip to the end of this video and start exclusively using the monkeys I feature in the highest tiers, I am actually going to fucking kill you. Don't do that. Anyway, with all that said, let's start with our boy, the Ultra Juggernaut. As you're going to see in this video, there are a lot of towers that range from fairly map dependent to extremely map dependent. But if there is a single tier 5 that is the most dependent on map layouts, it's the Ultra Juggernaut. This upgrade's main gimmick is its bouncing attacks that ricochet off of walls, which on some maps warps the Ultra Juggernaut into this insane hyper-carry menace that can steamroll everything that approaches it, all the while costing less than some tier 4 upgrades. On most maps though, you're better off buying just about anything else. This might sound like an acceptable trade-off at first, but what makes this upgrade really tragic in my eyes is that the vast majority of its viable maps are incredibly easy. That, and I also find that it can be extremely volatile. The ricocheting projectiles that define the upgrade are sporadic enough that even on maps like Dark Path or Cornfield where it's indisputably at its strongest, I still find myself preferring simple picks like the Comanche Commander, Spirit of the Forest, or Prince of Darkness, just so I don't have to worry about potential whiffs. Especially since you can't really parse how well the Ultra Juggernaut will perform until you buy it. Mesa used to be one of the absolute best maps in the game for the Ultra Juggernaut, and was probably the most difficult map for it to actually shine. That was until the wall suddenly lost elevation, which completely killed its viability for some reason. Ninja Kiwi even acknowledged that it was unintentional, as they made no changes to the map or the Ultra Juggernaut. But regardless, it's still in the game to this day, and I don't think there's a better example of how arbitrary the tower can be than its performance being entirely contingent on whether or not the map decides that a wall is a wall on a patch-to-patch basis. Granted, since then a few more maps have came out where the Ultra Juggernaut can wreak havoc, but to state it outright, overall, I find that the Ultra Juggernaut is extremely reliant on frustrating trial and error for payoff that isn't viable on the overwhelming majority of maps. But despite all of that negativity, I adore this tower. It's actually one of my favorite tier 5s in the game. And that's not an unpopular opinion, as I see people experimenting with it constantly. And for good reason. When everything aligns, this thing is so devastating for such a low price that you really want to find more maps or placements in order to fully recognize its potential. I mean, hell, some of the most popular custom maps in the game are built upon that exact premise. I seriously can't stress enough how fun it is to watch this thing shred through rounds it realistically shouldn't be able to. But unfortunately, there is so much trial and error involved for a tower that may not even be good that I feel like it needs a major quality of life buff in order for it to be as effective as we all sincerely wish for it to be. And honestly, I don't want to come off as an armchair dev and suggest changes every time I have a problem with a tower until every upgrade in the game is stripped from its unique qualities in the name of balance. StarCraft! But I had a few paragraphs here describing a potential buff that I believe would maintain the tower's identity and strengths, all the while making it much more effective and accessible, without breaking the tower in the environments it is already performing well in. And guess what? Ninja Kiwi added it to the game. To their newest monkey. So, simple request, add this to this. This would make the tower even more lethal and consistent in the limited scenarios where its power can be fully maximized, all the while creating new and interesting strategies on maps that wouldn't work previously, while simultaneously maintaining its viable niches without making the tower too overpowered. But all in all, the Ultra Juggernaut is an immensely fun tower to use that even if I think needs some help, is gonna find itself in a high rank in S tier because it's just really fucking fun. On the complete opposite end of the spectrum, though, the Plasma Monkey fan club is one of my least used tier 5s in the game. But it is really good. To state it outright, I've never been a big fan of offensive towers where the overwhelming majority of their power budget is allocated within an ability that requires precise timing and/or lots of stall. I'm actually pretty decent at ability timings because I've memorized almost every round in the game and what they contain. But if I'm going for a late game middle path upgrade, I'd always prefer to go with something like a Wizard Lord Phoenix or a Permacharge that can still deal decent damage without their abilities. Or something like a Moab Eliminator, Super Maelstrom, Pirate Lord, or Sarbomba that do have most of their power budget allocated within their ability. But their abilities will deal their damage almost instantaneously and/or have a short cooldown. On the other hand, when the PMFC's ability runs out, you have 20 Dart Monkeys. Yeah, this thing demands so much commitment to use effectively. Even compared to other similarly demanding towers like Poplust or Shinobi Tactics, the benefits are heavily skewed in their favor as their scaling is exponential, comes online much faster, doesn't require ability usage due to the buffs having 100% uptime, and has a substantially higher endgame ceiling with multiple viable tier 5s to finish off the run. Most of which don't require any additional micro, are effectively free wins when purchased, and I personally find much more enjoyable to use. Yeah, when compared to 20 Dart Monkeys, I don't know, Chief. I mean, is it viable? Yeah, like I said at the beginning of this segment, it is really good. Once the PMFC is online with minimal support, it is an effective win condition. I really can't stress enough how monstrous this thing's performance is in the late game. You just kinda have to casually ignore the first 90 rounds of the game, but if you do, it's probably in the top 5 most powerful chimp strategies. But a common talking point throughout this video is gonna be the concept of overkill. How even though a tower may completely dominate the late game, there are usually much cheaper or easily accessible options available that do its job well enough that the performance is comparable, regardless of how immense the power difference may be. The PMFC is one of the purest examples of offensive overkill. Yeah, sure, every 50 seconds you will just annihilate everything. And to be completely fair, once it is set up, it is really fun to use. But the amount of setup required for those 15 seconds of glory is so astronomically high, and the performance is so frustratingly polarizing that I can't ever see myself using it on a regular basis because it's functionally replaceable by any other decently priced tier 5 without, you know, this. So despite having some viable use cases and enjoyable game states, it's gonna find itself on the lower end of the tier list. Not because I think it's inherently bad or flawed, it's just not a tower for me. And that's okay. There's a lot of people who really like him. But for the sake of this video, I'm just not one of them. Sorry, buddy. Okay, so the Crossbowmaster is a tier 5 that I've spent an honestly uncomfortable amount of time thinking about, because despite having a lot going for it in theory, it's such abysmal dogshit that I don't believe there is a single game state where it's ever truly viable. So to set the stage here, the Crossbowmaster has 4 main components to its identity. The ability to land critical hits, absurd range, incredible damage coverage, and decent pierce. How I believe the tower is supposed to work is that you set it up in a position to maximize its pierce and critical hits to deal decent damage to clumped up blimps, and easily clean up any balloons that may leak from them. But it just can't really do that. If you look at other similar towers and upgrades that perform that role, almost all of them have at least one of these three elements. Either you can directly control where they fire, their attacks have a homing or lingering property, and or some other way to effectively guarantee damage. The Crossbow Master has none of these, and no matter what targeting option you use, it's never going to come close to any of these other options, and frankly it's just not good or consistent enough to warrant actively microing. Like, why would you want to constantly swap targeting options when you could just do that with the Mortar and deal way more damage? Or even skip micro altogether and use something like a Glaive Ward or a Bloon Solver and get a more or less objectively better tower. And look, I hate using that word, but you've never known despair until you perfectly line up a wave for the XBM and it starts attacking a singular Super Ceramic running into a spike pile. It's actually heartbreaking. I will concede it's fine in easier modes as a set and forget, which I'd imagine some people will use as a justification for it being as bad as it is. Especially since the Dart Monkey is considered the default starting tower, but I don't really agree with that. Firstly, both other tier 5 darts require a fairly considerable amount of knowledge in order to use effectively, which is already rough, but secondly, it's not even a good set and forget tower. There are so many other options available that do substantially better, while being much simpler to use, all while remaining viable on harder maps and difficulties. And that just makes the XBM an unfortunate noob trap. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way, like, imagine being elitist in BTD6 of all fucking games, but I can't help but wish that it was better, and I feel like it's unfairly balanced due to its ease of access when other towers don't have to pay for that. And it's not like the XBM is unsalvageable. In fact, I believe it could easily fulfill the marksman fantasy found in other games where the more you build around it, the more it scales into absurdity. On paper, the more you give it attack speed, the more it'll crit. The more it'll crit, the more damage it'll deal. The more pierce you give it, the more balloons will be crit, and so on and so forth. But that's just not how the upgrade works. It scales terribly. In fact, its critical hits, unlike virtually every other game in the history of fucking ever that features critical hits, isn't a damage multiplier. It's a fixed number. A fixed number that for 95% of the game's lifespan, it's shared with the Sharpshooter. You know, the tier 4 upgrade that's a fraction of the cost? Ironically, its only real niche is the fact that, at best, it's a subpar tower without buffs. If you do buff it, it's actually just terrible. What are we doing here? So, unfortunately, this is the only tower in the game where its performance is so horrid that I have to set aside all of the personal attachment I have for it because, as cool as the upgrade is, and as much as I think it can be neat, historically it has only been a hindrance, and I just can't justify that. If it ever gets super buffed or reworked to be even remotely viable, not even strictly good, just not terrible, feel free to place it at a solid A tier. I do think it's pretty neat, and there's a lot of people who really love the tower. And for good reason, there's a lot of potential there. I just wouldn't get your hopes up, though. It's not a great sign when Ninja Kiwi directly acknowledges it's a terrible upgrade before readjusting its stats, resulting in a net nerf that they later followed up with a compensation buff that did literally nothing. D tier. Hey, speaking of terrible towers, the Glaive Ward. Honestly, for the longest time, the Glaive Ward was garbage. Really, the entire path was garbage, but the Glaive Ward was particularly garbage. Fortunately, though, this isn't going to be a repeat of the last section because, unlike the Crossbow Master, with all the recent buffs to it that, you know, were actually buffs, including immense power boosts to the Tier 3 and Tier 4 upgrades. The Glaive Lord is finally making a name for itself, and I'm immensely glad about that because it's really damn fun to use. The issue with the tower was never in the tower's design or identity, but just viability. Unfortunately, the Glaive Lord has historically been one of the worst Tier 5s in the game. But it's always been a great tower. Just like the Ultra Juggernaut, people usually rate it very highly, and are always looking for fun new ways to use it, myself included. So now that it's also a viable menace, I've only grown to adore it even more, and I firmly believe it's one of the most viscerally satisfying Tier 5s in the game to wreak havoc with. Like, holy shit, look at that thing go. Yeah, in a lot of setups, pretty much everything below a fortified BFB just ceases to exist. BFBs, DDTs, fortified DDTs, MOABs, fortified MOABs, super ceramics, and all basic balloons have effectively been removed from the game. And after so many years of mediocrity, the tower is also capable of dealing some decent damage to bulkier targets. Not usually good enough to stand on its own, mind you. You still need some support and/or another offensive tower, but that's not a difficult prospect as the Glaive Lord has so many potential synergies to build around. It's a naturally synergistic tower. And with global ricochets that can really hemorrhage incoming waves and glaives finally being able to home back into already damaged targets, the Glaive Lord is truly capable of standing up for itself and becoming a game-defining menace, and all in all, I'm just really happy to say that the tower is doing great. In fact, I'd say that well over half of the footage in this video is going to be from patch 40, as shortly after releasing my complete BTD6 review, around January of last year, I decided to record footage of every single tower in dedicated chimps runs. Of course, I decided to record way more runs during the production of this video to showcase various towers' performance on different maps or waves, or to highlight specific interactions or effects, or to otherwise add in some diversity to the background footage. But I'd still say that at least half of the footage is going to be from patch 40. That being said, this is the first upgrade where I decided that it was absolutely critical to re-record all of the footage because I firmly believe that it just wasn't a good showcase for the tower anymore, as its reign of tyranny only began to unfold, well, conveniently enough, on patch 41. And it only continued to dominate after patch 43, to the point that it received its first real nerf shortly afterwards on patch 45. And to be totally honest, they were fairly substantial nerfs. So, following that, you may be surprised to hear that it remains to be one of the best defensive tier 5s, which I could have never anticipated, and I'm incredibly happy about that. So, if you wrote it off before, I would sincerely recommend giving the G-Lord another chance. My guy has amazing synergies with an insane amount of towers and heroes. It has an immense amount of flexibility in how you want to slot it into your defense based on the game state. It has a fairly easy save up with upgrades that remain to be relevant throughout every stage of the game. And overall, it's just a really good and viable tower. Even on some of the most difficult maps, which of course means on everything else, it is an absolute monster. So, I'm genuinely happy to say that I'm gonna promote the Glaive Lord to a high spot in the S tier. It may have taken a few years, but despite everything, I'm happy he persevered. And to keep things on a positive note, Permacharge. I really like the Permacharge. Honestly, I've always loved the tier 5 upgrades where it retains the tier 4's powerful temporary effect, but gives it permanent uptime. However, despite the tower becoming permacharged, it still maintains an ability which only further boosts it into insanity. And trying to find the perfect position to maximize the damage output with the tower's unique firing arc is incredibly fun and immensely rewarding. In past Bloons titles, you had to put a lot of thought into where and how you deploy your Boomerang Monkey in order to maximize its high pierce, which led to some very cathartic gameplay where you got the placement just right and watched as the boomerang sliced through everything perfectly. It's the tower defense equivalent of the 8 trillion degree knife versus whatever videos that used to be so popular. That was sort of lost in BTD6 though, with the top half having much more aggressive homing, to the point that I'm nearly convinced that those bastards are sentient, and a brand new bottom path entirely replacing the curved firing arc. So I do enjoy it being a staple to fully optimize the permacharge. Although, unlike some other upgrades I've mentioned previously, it's not exactly required to use the tower. Even if it's only using up half of its pierce, it'll still deal some considerable damage. But when everything aligns perfectly, forgive me for being very zoomer here, but it's something that just hits different. And the gradual progression of watching this thing eviscerate everything throughout the early, mid, and late game makes it a great time all around. B tier. For Boomerang. Yeah, let's go with that. MLB domination is. I want you to know that for the longest time I just left that as a placeholder. A part of me kind of wants to move forward for the meme, but the perfectionist part of me would never forgive myself for doing that. So before getting into my thoughts on the Dom, I do want to take this as an opportunity to elaborate upon why support is king in this game. Keep in mind that everything I'm about to say is a generalization. There are so many potential game states in the Chimps run that I'm just gonna go ahead and put a giant asterisk in the corner here, but simply put, most Chimp strategies in BTD6 follow the progression of getting past the first few rounds with whatever, really. Then getting a decently priced early game carry as a stepping stone for the first 40 to 50 rounds, which will then allow you to begin setting up another stepping stone that'll carry you until the high 70s to mid 80s, where you can then spend all of your money on an expensive tier 5 to finish off the game with additional support as necessary. Of course, this isn't always the case. For example, on easier maps, Apache Prime has historically been one of the best examples of a game-winning tier 5 that saves into itself by performing well throughout every stage of the game. Meanwhile, on more difficult maps, to save up to both the tier 4 and tier 5 upgrades is usually too demanding, and consequently it hasn't been a premier Chimps tower for years. But once you have enough damage on screen, the best thing you can buy afterwards is almost always going to be support for your current towers, rather than immediately saving up for yet another damage option. How much support and which options you should pursue is ultimately dependent on the current game state, but I know this is going to sound really obvious when I phrase it like this, but spending $3 grand to give potentially all of your towers nearly 20% additional attack speed, or 10 grand to slow down every balloon by upwards of 40% is almost always going to be more valuable than simply buying additional damage. Which leads us to the MOAB Press and MOAB Dom. The MOAB Press is one of the most popular stalling options in the game, and for good reason. It's a very cheap tower, and despite its low price, the amount of utility it provides is really good. But something you're going to see throughout this video is that most stalling towers have a tier 3 and or tier 4 upgrade that's extremely capable in Chimps. Meanwhile, the tier 5 is often redundant, fairly overpriced, and completely unnecessary. The MLAB Domination manages to avoid that fate by straying from the traditional upgrade trajectory of, now I can stall the balloons even better. Instead, adopting the tried and true grind set of, I don't have to stall the balloons if I actually just fucking kill them. Now, personally, there is a bit of conflict of interest here, as I usually place down the tier 4s in the late game to supplement my pre-existing defense, and if I do place them down earlier, I'm probably just gonna leave them be and pivot to another tower instead. But that is legitimately a personal contrivance. From a less biased perspective, the Dom is a fantastic option, as if you decide to pursue it, you likely have the required support for it to pop off. And it's fairly possible for it to finish the game by itself. It's not an easy save up, but it's far from the most difficult, and it's realistic that a decent, cost-effective defense alongside the stall provided with a tier 4 will allow you to purchase him in the later rounds with minimal pressure. It's a fantastic tower, and one I would definitely recommend, even if I personally have an issue disconnecting from the support mindset. Please be more progressive than me, and include the Australian into your strategies. To finish off the Boomerang, yet another easy B tier. Anyways, remember what I just said about tier 5 stalling towers? Yeah, the Bloon Crush is effectively the apex of stall. Of course, towers like the previously discussed MOAB Domination or upcoming Ice Cool Impale excel at dealing considerable damage to balloons they effectively stunlock. The Bloon Crush, however, trades in all of its damage in exchange for even more stall. This thing practically freezes the game to a halt, even more so than the tower that literally freezes the balloons. And whether or not that's a good thing is totally up to you, but since this ability comes with a pretty hefty price tag, you probably aren't going to have a lot of damage when you buy it, so rounds are going to go by really slowly. Seriously, for the love of God, if you value your time, which you should, the world is a beautiful place, get at least one slightly decent damage option before you buy the Bloon Crush. It doesn't have to be great, it just has to be something. If you don't, you're going to be sitting there watching one ZOMG get stunlocked for an hour before you can get to the next round, and you deserve better. If you don't feel like you do, I promise you, you do. But for me personally, out of all of the late game stalling upgrades, Bloon Crush is easily the one that I experiment with the least due to its price. To loop back to what I was saying during the MOAB Domination segment, in game modes like Impoppable or Chimps, there are much cheaper towers available that technically perform much worse, but does well enough that it'll more or less match the more expensive stalling upgrades until the victory screen emerges. To be fair, if you get the Bloon Crush in any game mode, you practically just win. But if you have enough money to spare for a Bloon Crush, there's about 100 other equally viable options that take less than a century to achieve victory. So overall, it's a hyper-specific niche tower that most people won't get a lot of mileage out of. But the use cases are still there, and I can really respect it when people bust this out. It's not quite an unsung hero, but something more akin to a local legend. Like that pizza delivery guy that everyone loves, who's practically a celebrity in a few specific friend groups. You're always happy to see them, even if your life is just too busy to actually reach out and talk more. Yeah, let's go with that. C for Crush. The MOAB Eliminator is just a fantastically explosive tower. Firstly, this isn't exactly the most objective category you can judge a tower by, but this might be one of the most enjoyable attack animations in the game. I know that, objectively, it's just a missile launcher, but the little shark pattern does a lot for me, and it fires so goddamn aggressively. And you cannot forget about its ability. You press it, you see a blimp get deleted from existence alongside any children to continue its legacy, and you're having a great time. Honestly, this is going to be a much shorter segment compared to most of the other previous upgrades because it's the MOAB Eliminator. What does it do? It eliminates MOABs. It's not even like the MOAB Domination, where I could expand upon how it dominates the MOABs. It just fucking eliminates them. And who can blame them? But unlike other similar high-damage middle-path towers, the Eliminator has quite possibly the most spammable ability in the game. And despite its short cooldown, its impact never feels insubstantial or underpowered despite being an inexpensive tower for its role. Overall, it's an immensely fun, specialized tower that's always a formidable presence on the battlefield until the end. one that naturally synergizes with towers that can appreciate its high single target damage profile, and one that can enable really unique strategies and finishers due to its ease of access and affordability. I really love this tower, and I don't believe that's gonna change anytime soon, so I'm going to go ahead and slam the Big E into A tier. So before we get into the tier 5, I do want to take this as an opportunity to state that recursive cluster spam is one of the very few remotely viable spam strategies, and it's kinda funny. It can be really good, but I think it's more funny than anything. Seeing them pop off really makes me feel like the American that Japan wants me to be, and I sincerely mean that as an endorsement. The Bomb Blitz, on the other hand, is a very difficult tower to rank. The problem is that Bomb Blitz isn't necessarily an expensive tower, but by the time you get it online, intentionally losing lives becomes extremely dangerous. Particularly because there's a small window between when a balloon leaks and the ability activates, and when blimps and ceramics start entering the fray, it is totally possible for you to lose hundreds of lives before the ability even activates. Of course, ignoring the game modes in which you cannot generate or regenerate lives, considering that you start with anywhere between 100 to 200 lives in total, attempting to utilize its ability, even as a niche potential bonus, is absurdly risky unless you intentionally build around gaining lives, and I'm fairly certain that all the towers that generate lives also generate money, so although you could argue that it can serve as an inexpensive mid-game save-up tool, realistically, with all the additional income, you may as well skip that whole stand on a precipice of death mechanic and deploy literally any other tower onto the front lines. So, really, what's the point of using it? Well, it's a very fun tower to theorycraft with. Even on chimps, people have had some fairly good success with it alongside Corvus, so I do wish that the tower received some quality of life buffs, because I think that allowing that high risk, high reward, lives as a resource playstyle to flourish would be great. But the Bomb Blitz ability has been mostly the same since the game was released. In fact, it's only received nerfs since its introduction, and although I'm happy the tower is getting buffs, unfortunately, it seems that NK is taking the much more boring route of buffing it into a stat stick, which I think would be fine because it is enjoyable to watch go absolutely ballistic. Even with my thinking cap on, I cannot deny the fact that it is a giant cannon that shoots bombs that split into bombs that further split into bombs. But statistically, it's still very undertuned, so I guess they're still taxing it for its ability, which I can't really understand. It just seems to be in this weird balanced purgatory where they never buff the ability, they only buff the tower. But it's never allowed to be a good tower because it has that ability, but they never buff the ability because they keep buffing the tower. Can we just commit one way or the other, please? Because even after receiving 6 consecutive buffs since I began recording footage for this video, with some notable highlights including its attack speed being literally doubled and its price being reduced by over 30%, it's still not an incredible tower, which should really tell you just how miserable this thing has been over the last several years. And for the longest time, I was gonna go ahead and throw this thing in alongside the Crossbow Master in the primary tier 5s that I don't think Ninja Kiwi knows what to do with tier, aka D tier. But even if they preemptively nerfed it for, honestly, no reason, the newest tower does also embrace that lives as a resource playstyle, which is actually the first time an effect like this has been added since the game's launch. In fact, technically, we're still at the same number of towers since launch, with Soulbind being the only tier 5 outright removed from the game. Of course, we've had a few heroes like Azili and the previously mentioned Corvus, but I do think that this means that this alternative playstyle is something that Ninja Kiwi is willing to experiment with more in the future. So, honest to god, if the ability gets buffed, I think it could actually jump past B tier and potentially even A tier straight into S. Although I currently prefer other options and all of its relevant roles and niches, most of those towers do happen to reside in the higher tiers, so if it could prove to be an equal option of them, I think it'd only be fair for it to join them. Plus, I already mentioned how American this thing makes me feel, and giving it the ability to shoot fireworks for the most recent update means that it cannot be a D tier. So for the time being, I'm gonna give it a cautiously optimistic B. Moving on to the Tack Shooters, the Inferno Ring used to be one of my absolute favorite tier 5s. But as time went on, I really fell out of favor with it. That isn't to say that I don't like it or think it's bad in the slightest. On a fun to look at scale, the Inferno Ring is just so explosively violent that I can't help but just adore watching it incinerate everything that dares approach its domain of hellfire. But something I really enjoy about the Tack Shooter is that it's one of the most potent buffing targets in the game. Of course, stalling is going to be immensely beneficial, as you want the Bloons to be in close proximity for maximum damage output, but additionally, giving them any offensive buff, whether that be extra damage, attack speed, or pierce, usually multiplies their damage output, whereas most other towers usually only receive incremental buffs from them. But when compared to the middle and bottom path Tack Shooters, that's a quality I just don't really see as much in the Inferno Ring. Which does make sense, it doesn't have an abundant amount of projectiles in the traditional sense. Its pierce shouldn't ever be a concern, and since it has a much higher base damage, buffs that could double or even triple the attack zone's damage are just gonna be much less significant for the Inferno Ring. So from a design perspective, I think it's kind of neat that the Inferno Ring is a much better standalone tower than its contemporaries, which gives it a unique identity. Which, to state it outright, BTD6 does immensely well. That being said, I was leading you on a bit there, because this thing does scale multiplicatively with buffs. It just scales off of Pierce. How, you may ask? Not because of its main attack, that thing shouldn't really ever be pierce capped, but because of its casual 700 damage meteor that only has 1 pierce. And I don't really think this needs to be said, but a pierce to damage ratio of 7 goddamn hundred is insanity. This all sounds pretty good, but I have a little bit of a problem with it. Something about upgrading a Ring of Fire into the Inferno Ring when its main benefit is an attack that isn't the fucking Inferno Ring is very strange. That being said, I'm not going to advocate for its removal. In fact, I believe the best approach would be to fully embrace it, to make it much more visually striking and to be a core part of the upgrade's identity, because currently, it's just not really reflected well in the game. And not just because it's not included in the upgrade description or the artwork. I mean, that's far from the worst sin a tower can commit. But you can really tell it's a late addition to the tower because it looks kind of pathetic. Like, I genuinely did not realize how much of the power budget of the Inferno Ring is dedicated to this stupid little dinky meteor. Then I looked at the in-game stats and balance changes over the years, and suddenly things made a whole lot more sense. But despite feeling like the tower's flavor and identity is currently in a bizarre state, I still think that the Inferno Ring is pretty good, and honestly, I could easily see this thing getting some extra love in a patch. I mean, have you seen the Crucible of Steel and Flame? Of course all of them aren't out yet, but this is easily my favorite Paragon they've made so far. This is literally you versus the guy she tells you not to worry about. And I'm not implying that the Inferno Ring needs to actually cover the screen, but ideally something in between Wizard's first Fireball and this would be pretty nice to see in my opinion. And speaking of C, in its current state, I would probably give the Inferno Ring a C tier. A very high C, mind you, but ultimately a C nonetheless. But in regards to its potential and the ease of which I believe it could suddenly become one of my most used towers again, I'm gonna go ahead and put it in B. Because honestly, I can't put a tower in C tier if almost all of my criticisms can be addressed by simply increasing the projectile size, slapping a few fireballs on its artwork in MS Paint, and tweaking a number or two. And if that's all it takes to earn an A tier ranking, it deserves a B tier at minimum. The Super Maelstrom, or the Bitrate Destroyer as I'd like to officially dub it, is the exact opposite of the Inferno Ring, as it's a tower that I really used to like, but over the years grew to absolutely adore. And that's for several reasons. Firstly, it's cheap, so it slots in well with a lot of defenses. And especially since the Tier 4 single-handedly trivializes some of the toughest mid-game rounds, you can definitely build into it. Secondly, pressing the button is really fun. Thirdly, similarly to the MLAB Eliminator, you get to press the button a lot. And fourthly, and quite possibly the thing that I love the most about the tower, is that the ability has a comical uptime. With just a primary mentoring, your Maelstrom will be shredding everything 70% of the time, which is already massive and means that even with minimal stall, your Super Maelstrom is effectively always online. But if you want to go a little bit further, with the primary expertise, your ability uptime becomes about 80%, and if you want to go even further beyond, you can throw in an Energizer into the fray, and now your Super Maelstrom is the Perma Maelstrom. Now, is this a viable combo? No. I mean, both other towers are support-oriented and cost nearly twice as much as the Super Maelstrom. The math isn't really mathing out there. But I really love how flexible the tower can be. This thing can be an absolute menace with hyper-carry super buff potential, or it can just be a really strong addition to a pre-existing defense, and I think that's one of the best attributes a tower can have. I've sort of referenced this a few times already, but I'm admittedly not the biggest fan of towers that demand you warp your entire strategy around them. But I am a massive fan of towers that allow you to, and the Super Maelstrom is a great example of that. However, it would be kind of misleading if I didn't mention that it honestly isn't a great tower. It is one of the cheapest tier 5s in the game, so it's not like you're spending 30 to 40 grand on a tower that just doesn't do anything, but the tower just inherently becomes weaker and weaker the more sporadic and spread the Bloons are, which means that on more difficult maps, its damage output really begins to falter, and even on easier maps, it usually isn't consistent enough to carry you across the mid-game, so it's severely outclassed by other towers that can perform its niches better. But just like the Ultra Juggernaut, I don't really care. Building around it is incredibly enjoyable, and when I fully embraced the Speen, I truly felt like an iPad kid with the sheer amount of extremely violent saw blades flying in every direction, satiating my ADHD brain with life-altering amounts of digital dopamine. And I sincerely mean that as a compliment. A tier. Many tacks. How many tacks? Well, before buffs, it fires nearly 8 times a second at 32 tacks per shot. So, you know, as a baseline, you're looking at nearly 250 tacks per second. That's a lot of tack. Obviously, the compensation for this extreme attack speed is that it has relatively low pierce, which means that it can easily be pierce capped and promptly overrun without proper support. And the base damage is pretty low. Only 1 damage to Bloons and 2 damage to Blimps. But trading in damage for additional attack speed or projectiles is almost always worth it because mathematically, something like a +3 damage buff to a tower that does 10 damage per shot, it's pretty damn good, but ultimately not game-breaking. A +3 damage buff to a tower that only does 1 to 2 by default, that's a 2.5 to 4 times damage multiplier. And keep in mind that's per projectile, which, again, as a baseline, the Tack Zone fires 250 of a second. Yeah, combine that with extra pierce and extra attack speed, and all of a sudden, anything that comes within range of that monstrosity is going to melt. And just like the Super Maelstrom, there's tons of variety in how you want to go about utilizing the Tack Zone. It can be a defensive core that you build around, or alternatively it can just be a strong addition to your late game defense. In fact, the same thing can be said for its exponentially weaker Tier 4 counterpart, which I wouldn't go as far as to say is underrated, but I do believe says a lot about the tower's strengths. And honestly, I legitimately think that the Tack Zone is the very best tower in the game to recommend to new players. There are much simpler strategies that can outperform it, sure, but it's one of the best towers to learn about all the different synergies and strategies available, as it scales immensely well with pretty much any stat buff you can think of. It massively benefits from stall and can be paired with dozens of other tier 5s to finish off the game, all the while remaining a viable threat on even the most difficult maps and game modes available, which I think is kinda neat. So to finish off this section, many tacks. It's one of the most simple tier 5s in the game. I mean, shit, the entire bottom path literally just reads, shoot more tacks, shoot more tacks, shoot more tacks faster, shoot tacks faster, shoot even more tacks even faster. But you don't need a PhD in monkeynomics to understand that a skull on a machine that's meant to kill targets that don't anatomically possess skulls means business. So this is going to be the first S+ of the video, which is a title that only 4 other towers can claim, which should hopefully showcase just how enjoyable I think this thing is. And hey, would you look at that? It's one of the Tack Zone's best friends. The Embrittle and Super Brittle both have attacks that can slow and freeze balloons, slows blimps, removes camo, allows sharp attacks to bypass frozen and lead immunities, as well as increasing all damage received by +1 and or +4. From all sources. That is goddamn insane, even outside of extreme examples out of the Tack Zone. I know +4 damage doesn't sound like much, but there are tons of towers in the game that fire volleys of low damage attacks. So amplifying every volley by upwards of 2 to 6 times the damage is obviously really good. This effect does come at the trade-off that the Super Brittle doesn't do much damage, it has very poor range, and that its effect isn't permanent. Which means that you do need to place the Ice Monkey well and or double it with stall, as the consequence for not doing so can be fairly severe. Particularly if you're relying on it for its brittle condition, failure to do so is effectively instantaneous death. However, not only is it pretty simple to slow down or even stun balloons that enter its radius, but the towers that benefit the most from Super Brittle also tend to benefit from kill zone strategies. A strategy where you localize all of your defenses into one location so no balloon is allowed to exit the perimeter. Which on paper is extremely risky, but in practice is probably the optimal way to play the game whenever possible. The potential weaknesses aren't as damning as you'd probably expect, and the amount of optimization you can perform with them is astonishingly high. Once again, monkey villages are the easiest example to point to. Buffing and or discounting your entire defense is pretty damn good. And similarly, the +1 to +5 damage debuff for your entire defense is actually game defining. Especially in tandem with its ability to bypass immunities. I really can't undersell that because the strategies that most benefit from the damage debuff usually deal sharp damage. So not having to buy an MIB or otherwise obtain coverage for DDTs is a very nice attribute to have. So if you haven't given it a fair shot yet, I would highly recommend it, as there's a very likely chance that it'll perfectly combo with one of your favorite tier 5s and only elevate them even further. Yet another easy S tier. The entire middle path for the Ice Monkey has one specialized objective. Fuck them Bloons. I mean, the Tier 4 and Tier 5 do also have a nice blimp slowing ability, but primarily they just stunlock them Bloons for all eternity. And although there are a ton of towers that do just that, this is debatably one of the very best options available, all the while having a relatively cheap asking price. For the Tier 3 and Tier 4. Despite repeated buffs that are actually really cool, I mean, shout out to Viral Frost for making a comeback a casual 14 years later, the Tier 5 still falls into that overkill trap I described earlier, where it's just not usually worth pursuing in chimps as its previous upgrades are way more cost efficient. And honestly, the plus 50% attack speed all Ice Monkeys upon using its ability isn't really selling me. Like, I'm glad it exists, it's great flavor, and I'd say more synergies is always good for the game. But that buff only really matters for the Icicle Impale, and not only is the Icicle Impale already good on its own, but double dipping on Tier 5 Ice Monkeys is kind of a meme. And that's coming from a guy who actually really likes them, which unfortunately a lot of the community simply doesn't. And I can kind of understand why. Even ignoring most new players' misconception of stall inherently slowing down the game to a crawl, Ice Monkeys are far from the most flexible stalling option. I'm only talking about this now, as the top path doesn't usually have this problem, but if you look at the Glue Gunner for example, it has a damage type of normal, meaning that it can attack any balloon, which makes it a simple, but extremely efficient set and forget tower that can slot its way into almost any defense. Ice Monkeys, on the other hand, well, not only are there balloons that are completely immune to freezing, but frozen balloons can only be popped by a few specific damage types. So if you don't have that damage coverage available, it's fairly realistic that the Ice Monkey may actually kill you. But that isn't a particularly damning flaw. It just means you have to have a bit more discretion in when and where you use Ice Monkeys. And honestly, they're very good towers on their own that can also work in tandem with other stalling options, so they're very nice to have. If my defense can comfortably slot one in, it's almost always a consideration. To be totally honest, there is a part of me that wants to give the tower a C tier because I don't think it's particularly exciting. Unless I want to utilize its admittedly very neat water passive, I'm never eagerly anticipating the opportunity to put down a middle path Ice Monkey. But compared to other C tier towers, I feel like I get enough mileage out of it to raise it up to a B tier. That, and paradoxically, I feel like the fact that it's unexciting but always able to get the job done in of itself is a good show of character. It's kind of like the workplace IT guy. He may as well be a distant memory in your mind 95% of the time, but when that 5% hits, things would be overwhelmingly difficult without him, and you should always remember that. So I'm gonna go ahead and invite him up to the party in B tier. He deserves it. Moving on to the bottom path, the Icicle Impale is actually a fantastic Tier 5 staller. Compared to other similarly priced options, it has much higher damage potential, making it more of a hybrid tower than a dedicated staller. But it doesn't sacrifice too much for that damage output, so in my opinion, it's actually a great option to slot into your defense. Especially since it can completely trivialize the late game and it has some incredibly flexible cross-path interactions to do just that. If DDTs aren't a concern for your defense, or you otherwise have a way to give the Icicle Impale the ability to lock them down, you can go for the middle path to further boost its already insane efficiency. If DDTs are a concern, the top cross path isn't that much worse and will basically remove them from the game single-handedly. All the while perma-stunning and dealing considerable damage to everything else that dares encroach upon its domain. Once again, it doesn't slot into every defense due to being an Ice Monkey, but due to its unique blend of offense and defense, if you can comfortably afford it by the early to mid-90s, it's definitely a worthwhile consideration and one that I do pursue fairly regularly. Funnily enough, despite all the praise I'm giving it, it's one of the only tier 5 stall options that only really comes online with the tier 5, so it's usually considered to be one of the worst stall towers because of that. But I can't be too upset about that because it is one of the only tier 5 stallers that I actually use on a regular basis, which, as you're going to see, is an incredible compliment that very few towers can share. I love this dude. A tier. Bloons a problem? Here's the solution. The Bloon Solver is just an incredible bastard. This little master of chemical warfare not only does extreme damage to ceramic balloons, making it one of the best cleanup options available, but it also does surprisingly decent damage against blimps, making it a fairly good all-around offensive tower. Especially thanks to its, admittedly incredibly redundant, but lethal acid damage type, which allows it to melt every balloon in the game without any additional support. Easily my favorite part about it though is its pseudo-leak protection. After balloon dissolves from the acid melting it to non-existence, it'll leave behind a pile of liquid death on the track that can then attach itself to the next unfortunate soul that attempts to traverse through it, which will usually result in its death, which will then leave another pile of chemical warfare on the track, and this death loop will only continue until no survivors remain. If there is something I believe I adequately value in real life, but probably overvalue in BTD6, it's protection. Keep in mind that I recorded almost all of this footage before the update to chimps that allows you to retry the last round, so I almost always had at least one spike factory near the end of the track in case of emergency. And the overwhelming majority of the time they'll either get a few thousand pops at most, if not literally zero. But the Bloon Solver does an incredible job at annihilating balloons on the front lines, all the while being one of the best towers in the game for handling leaks due to its lingering damage over time and previously discussed acid puddles. There are very few towers in the game that have such a consistent damage profile, and the Bloon Solver is one of those very elite few, and quite possibly the cheapest option while we're at it. Of course, that isn't to say that it doesn't have weaknesses. It can't carry a game by itself, and especially since it deals damage over time, it is fairly reliant on stall. Which makes this a good time to mention that glue does not stack in this game, which is kind of unfortunate for the Bloon Solver. Now, don't get me wrong, from a balance perspective, that makes sense. Glue monkeys are already borderline meta tyrants, with every single path having some of the best upgrades in the game, so yeah, if the glue stacked freely, that would completely shatter any semblance of balance. Every single composition would be strictly worse than just running 3 glue gunners, which would be kind of funny. Probably not healthy for the game though. But I get so much value out of the Relentless Glue and Glue Storm, and due to how flexible those two upgrades are in so many compositions, I'm almost always going to prioritize them over the Bloon Solver. But I don't think that's strictly a negative, because the Bloon Solver is primarily a damage dealer. It does slow down balloons, but you're mainly going to be using this thing as an offensive option to speedrun the Geneva Convention. So, funnily enough, the Bloon Solver doesn't overlap with the other glue monkeys. However, a part of me does wish that they added some limited glue synergies because I really love this dude, and I'd use him way more if I didn't have to choose between him and 2 of the most versatile and flexible towers in the game that you can slot into almost any defense. It is a remarkably unfortunate position to be in, but regardless, the Bloon Solver is a fantastic upgrade and easily earns its spot in the S tier. As for the Glue Storm, look, when I first started my 100% adventure around 2023, I almost never used it. It was easily one of my least used tier 5s. Nowadays, It's one of my most used and absolute favorites. For a relatively cheap price, you get an ability with an extremely high uptime that slows down every balloon on screen, provides a global damage debuff, and allows every monkey to bypass lead immunities. So even with subpar ability timing, not only can you deal massive burst damage and make balloons slow down to a crawl, but you can also entirely bypass some of the scariest rounds in the game by just going, I don't really want to plan a defense against DDTs today, and annihilating their most prevalent immunity. Hell, you only need the tier 4 for round 90 and 93, so you don't even need the tier 5's duration until round 95, which... it's one of the cheapest tier 5s in the game. That really isn't a difficult proposition. So just like the Embrittle, it really feels like the Glue Storm is the perfect support option for some of my most utilized towers and favorite strategies. And I'm genuinely a little upset I never realized how powerful they were for so many years. And really, the entire path is just good throughout every stage of the game. The Glue Hose is great because slowing down every balloon is great. The Glue Strike is great for difficult mid-game rounds and can allow your defense to hold what would otherwise be unbeatable waves. And the Glue Storm enables so many late-game strategies for such a cheap asking price that I almost always consider it in every run. So I kind of can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm gonna go ahead and put this guy in the S+ tier. I know that's wildly unpopular and is probably gonna be the most divisive pick, but unlike other support towers that I may get a similar mileage out of, I genuinely look forward to using the Glue Storm. Not just because it floods the screen with bullshit, although to be totally fair, that is going to be a trend in this video, and solo active abilities with high uptime and substantial impact, but because of its sheer flexibility, relevance, and how much it'll contribute to your defense. It synergizes incredibly well with all of my favorite towers, it's a tower I always feel like I can bust out in any game, and it's one that I always look forward to using. So I feel like anything less would be wrong. S+. For Storm Plus. I promise I have other jokes, you just gotta stick with me, I promise. So onto the bottom path, I want to specifically highlight the tier 3 and tier 4 upgrades. I would go as far as to say that the MYB Glue is the single best stalling tower available from a sheer efficiency standpoint because what it offers is absurd for how cheap it is. This is a blanket statement, but is one of the few times I'm going to also say that it's a blanket statement that is true in 99% of cases, but if you aren't running with one of the other glue paths, your defense should always have a bottom path glue gunner. And I refuse to call it underrated because just like Krabby Patties, the only people who don't like it are people who haven't used it yet. And I don't particularly value their opinion here. So if you need me to tell you it outright, you need to use this tower. It is actually that good. I've mentioned this earlier, but there's a general misconception about stall among newer players that implies their purpose is to slow the game down to a crawl, but with a few extreme exceptions, their main purpose is to usually slow down balloons near critical defensive choke points, which not only increases your odds of success exponentially, but can even make the game progress faster, oddly enough. So trust me when I say that there are very few scenarios in which your defense wouldn't immensely benefit from having one of these goobers deployed. And for a while, you never wanted to upgrade your MYB Glue into Relentless Glue because it was just really bad. But a few years ago, they did a good ol' switcheroo with the glue upgrades where the Bloon Liquefier and Bloon Solver got the glue puddles that previously used to belong to the Relentless Glue, which is probably the single most impactful buff the tower has received, and I'd say is now core to its identity. So in exchange, the Relentless Glue got an equally insane buff where the glue now has a stunning property that procs when nearby balloons and blimps are popped. And seeing as this thing will almost always cover every blimp that passes, this quickly chain reacts and all but assures that nothing is going to escape from its wrath. Yeah, it's been featured in most of the footage showcased here for a reason. It is actually just that good. Super Glue, on the other hand, it's alright, I guess. I mean, it's yet another tier 5 stalling option that isn't really worth it in most cases. If you already spent money on the MLB or Relentless Glue, there's other stalling options available that'll synergize much better with it, all the while being much cheaper than upgrading it further. If you do choose to upgrade it, it is a premium stalling option, but despite using Relentless Glue in over half of the games I play, I'd say I upgrade it into the Super Glue maybe 1 to 2% of the time. I just don't think it's worth it. So, in regards to viability, even if this only applies to the first 4 tiers, it's an easy S. No question about it. For the sake of this video, I mean, it's directly competing against the other glue paths, and there's already a glue gunner in S tier, so it can't be S tier. That, and being totally honest here, this is probably going to be the most utilitarian ranking in the video. It's the polar opposite of the Crossbow Master in that I feel like it's simply too good to go into anything lower than A tier. But I also don't feel too strongly about it one way or the other. Like, is it used in almost every single showcase of the video thus far? Yeah. Is it stupidly good? Yeah. But for better and for worse, it is the most default, vanilla stalling tower available. And that's okay. It's exceptional, it's always there, and you can always fall back to it whenever you need help, and I can respect that immensely. Another easy A tier. Well, now that we're done with the primary monkeys, I suppose it's time to get into the military monkeys, starting with the sniper. What the fuck is that? What is he doing here? Is he in the wrong game? Yeah, so, when this video was nearly halfway done, this goober got added to the game, so I guess I got a blitz to get this done so that more patch notes don't make this video entirely redundant. As if hotfixes haven't been doing that already, but as a native Kansan who lives in a rural cattle town, I'd like to say I'm incredibly optimistic. But before we talk about the tier 5s, I did want to take a moment to talk about the first 2 upgrades of each path because I think the cross path potential here is really neat. The top path has quick draw and standoff that attacks faster the further the balloons are from the Desperado, and gains additional attack speed the less balloons there are within its radius. The bottom path has a similar Nomad archetype with enhanced attack speed, but loses that attack speed when monkeys are placed nearby, followed by another upgrade that allows the Desperado to attack faster the more balloons are within range. And finally, the middle path is a sniper-esque archetype with camo detection and a chance to crit the further balloons are from the Desperado. And almost immediately, I really enjoy the contrast between the paths, and I think it promotes a fun minigame on where and how you place and support your Desperados with some incredibly unique positioning requirements. The same tower with different cross paths can be a monkey that wants to be in the fray with as many balloons as possible with as little support as possible, or very distant, hoping to pick off stray targets far away from the front lines and everything in between. For example, the Wanderer upgrade entirely shifts how I would normally enable towers. Instead of doing something basic like a 3-2-0 village and or buffing it with an Alchemist for lead popping, now alternative supportive options like Blue Storm, Embrittlement, Cleansing Foam, Overclock, Signal Flare, and even the brand new Deadeye are much more appealing due to maximizing the Wanderer's attack speed buff, which I think is really neat. But to finally get into the paths themselves, starting with the top path, it's Marty Robbins himself. So as a base tower, the Desperado starts with a fairly unique 2-shot revolver, but the middle and bottom path both shift away from the pistols into other weapon archetypes, which of course means that the top path completely embraces it. With upgrades like increasing the ammunition capacity so that you can fan the hammer, then dual-wielding your twin 6s with increased damage, and then finally earning the title of the Blazing Sun by firing so fast that you incinerate everything that even approaches you. And almost immediately, there's an interesting dynamic in maximizing standoff, as while there are niche situations in which towers can be nerfed by receiving additional range, this is a tower that is very quantifiably nerfed by additional range, as you want to minimize how many Bloons are within its attack radius for maximum pew pew pew. And that's even more true if you go for the bottom path, where you also want as few towers as possible within its radius. And after a lot of playtesting, I'm pretty confident in saying that this tower is intended to have the fairly unique identity of being a strong defensive core that you want to have in the middle of the track. You do not want this thing on the front lines to minimize its insane attack speed buffs. You really want him to pick off the stragglers that may overwhelm your forward defensive vanguard, which I think is an incredibly fun niche that very few towers openly embrace. The closest parallel I can think of is, bizarrely, the Comanche defense, and I mean, I fucking love the Comanche defense, so learning how to use this thing was initially very jarring with a lot of trial and error. But after a few test runs, it really started to pop off with virtually identical defensive setups. Usually a tier 4 I plan on upgrading into an expensive tier 5 later into the game near the beginning of the track, alongside an inexpensive stalling option, then have the Blazing Sun do considerable damage to everything that gets past the first defensive line, then a Spike Factory to help deal with a few stragglers that may remain. It's an incredibly effective, unique, and enjoyable composition, and enabling that playstyle is something that I really like. However, there is a major problem here. I don't know how to phrase this kindly, so I'm just going to say this bluntly. The tower is fucking abhorrent. It's not good. At all. There have been quite a few towers that have launched in unusually poor states, and although it's far from the most egregious outlier, I think the biggest one and the Ray of Doom have to take the cake for that. The Blazing Sun is a consistently terrible, underpowered option throughout every stage of the game. Like, my first ever playthrough of using it was in Monkey Meadow, and even after planning my entire defense around it, the thing was barely capable of getting 600k pops, and having to actually spam retry last round on Monkey Meadow was such a bizarre thing to experience. So after that disaster, I started thinking, okay, maybe I'm using it wrong, and it's more of a single target priority damage dealer. That does make sense considering its absurd firing speed with reloads to balance it out, but nope. It sucks at that too. And to be totally fair, it did launch in a bug state, and as it turns out, literally doubling its attack speed made it slightly better, but in between those first few runs and now, the community has started to compile a lot of data about the tower, and the more I looked into it, the more I realized that it's just really counterintuitive. It seems like this thing is intended to be an anti-Bloon option, with the final upgrade setting nearby Bloons ablaze as long as it's firing, which, alright, neat, I'll bite. I mean, the flavor is great, and god damn it, if there's something that all the Desperados can claim, it's that they're all insanely fucking cool. But there is a major conflict of interest between this and Standoff. I sincerely don't know if I'm missing something here, but like, why is the anti-Bloon upgrade attached to the path with a substantial nerf to attack speed the more Bloons are within range? That on its own isn't abhorrent, but it gets worse when you realize, why does this thing have to fire 75 consecutive shots in order to even activate that ability? Which, again, in tandem, pretty reverse design, but not strictly abhorrent, but If you have to have a ramp-up period, why does the Blazing Sun's namesake cease to function if it ever stops attacking? I think you can have the ramp-up period, and I think you can have the conditional ability, but having both means that this thing can only work if it's constantly attacking balloons, which, again, doesn't make any sense with standoff. In fact, come to think of it, the fact that it radiates from the Blazing Sun doesn't really work with standoff either. It means that it's an entirely worthless ability unless there's balloons getting directly within range, which, at that point, this thing is going to get overwhelmed. And then, quite possibly most importantly, with all of this combined, why does firing reduce its fucking attack speed? I don't mean that as in, if it's firing at balloons and getting nerfed via standoff, I mean, the upgrade straight up gimps its own attack speed by firing at balloons. What? Why does the upgrade that's defined by its AoE ability get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse the more it attempts to even utilize it? Like, I have to be missing something here. I don't understand. I'm at a bit of a crossroads here because in its current state, it's difficult to even figure out the intended identity of this thing. I'd really like to say that the mid-core defense proposition is the intended philosophy, but when it's so numerically underpowered and counterintuitive that I have to guess what it's even supposed to do, things are not great. So I have to take a leap and assume that I'm correct in that assessment and completely disregard its current state in-game because, I mean, in its current state, probably D tier. What does he even do? But if it was buffed to be usable, I can see this thing becoming a fan favorite incredibly quickly. And honestly, the extremely negative response to his lackluster performance means that it's fairly likely he's about to get super buffed. So leaning towards optimism, I can't give a tower that launched in a fucking pre-alpha state an A tier. At that point, we may as well label B, D, and we might as well turn everything in C to a fucking F. Don't ask what that means for the Crossbow Master, he may as well be publicly executed at that point, but again, if he's buffed to be usable, probably A tier. If he's buffed to be good, I could see this thing going into S. But at this point, this thing is just potential, man, and realistically, I have zero clue how it's going to be balanced. It could be terrible. It could be great. I'd like to say it'd be great. Could be terrible too. Could be Crossbow Master. Let's just go for the most chaotic neutral option here and say, there's no T tier, it's sure as fuck not going into S, so that only means it could be B. Okay, I have a lot to say about the middle path. I say as if I didn't have a lot to say about the top path, but I digress. Firstly, besides the Dark Knight, this is the first tower with an ability unlocked at tier 3. And it's a really neat one at that. Take Aim grants any tower on the map improved range, accuracy, and camo detection, which I believe could enable some fun, economical strategies. I'm sure you've noticed that Geraldo has been used in almost all of the runs thus far. As stated near the beginning, I'm trying to showcase footage of all of the monkeys in their best case scenarios, so he does well boosting the performance of those monkeys while being relatively non-intrusive. But besides the ability to easily bypass potentially difficult rounds, one of his best qualities is the ability to delay camo detection until the mid-game. And although it's significantly more expensive than that, I could easily see the Deadeye becoming a way to enable a similar economic playstyle. Most rounds until the mid-40s to late 50s have condensed waves of camo balloons that the Deadeye's ability would be exceptional in trivializing, and even for the more sporadic waves, since it comes with inherent camo detection, this isn't going to struggle to take them out while holding the ability for more concerning threats. And that's ignoring the considerable buff to range and accuracy. Which is solid enough that this has quickly become a supportive option I'm always considering. The tier 4 also unlocks a marked ability which marks balloons on screen and proceeds to attack them extremely quickly. Additionally, the marked targets take even more damage and grant additional cash on pop, which is kind of fun. Honestly, I feel like it's slightly overshadowed by Take Aim, but as an additive bonus, it's pretty solid. Has some fun synergies with the other Desperado paths too, and although I'm not sure how good that is realistically, I think it's great to have in the game regardless. So overall, I really enjoy the first 4 upgrades, and I could realistically see them becoming a staple in my chimps runs. However, this wasn't relevant with the top path, but I need to talk about the weapon swapping here. The middle and bottom path both retain their good old big iron on their hip, swapping to a different weapon when balloons get too close, which may sound pretty cool. However, this fucking sucks with the middle path. Specifically for the tier 5, the Golden Justice. So for this upgrade, the Bounty Hunter's long arm of justice is upgraded to absolute absurdity with enhanced criticals, absurd damage output, and literally infinite pierce. And it's incredibly strong. I mean, look at it. The results speak for themselves here. So, what's the problem, Davey? Well, as I hinted at earlier, the Golden Justice still retains their pistol. And unlike the Desert Phantom, which, you know, rationally prioritizes the weapon that defines the entire path, the Golden Justice prioritizes the pistol for some reason. I mean, the weapon swapping mechanic is enjoyable with the bottom path because it swaps to a superior weapon, but the inverse of swapping to an infinitely inferior weapon whenever a balloon is within the same zip code as the Golden Justice is just fucking stupid, I'm sorry. Like, keep in mind that this thing has a fairly slow attack speed to accommodate for its immense firepower. So even if you select strong targeting to blast, you know, the strongest balloons, you're intentionally placing the Golden Justice to annihilate. If there is a single pink balloon within range of the Super Soaker, this dude is effectively guaranteed to blast a pink balloon and inadvertently cause a death spiral because it refused to attack the targets you specifically placed it to attack and promptly get overwhelmed. So even on its best maps, you can't accommodate the Golden Justice without a disproportionately high amount of support. But to be totally fair, when you do line everything up, literally, this thing is incredible. It reminds me a lot of the Mad in that it requires a ton of support to come online, but when enabled, it's a force to be reckoned with, which I do actually like. Here's the thing, though. I sincerely do not know if this is intentional. Like, is it cool that I'm even considering pairing it with towers like the Icicle Impale, Super Glue, or even something like the Bloom Crush so it can consistently line up devastating shots? Yeah. I also like that it synergizes well with towers like the Bloon Solver that have the express purpose of deleting balloons from the game, so I feel like there's some incredibly fun synergies to be discovered here. But just like the Blazing Sun before it, it feels punishing in a way that I don't believe was intentional. Besides the fact that this thing inherently doesn't scale well into most intermediate, advanced, and expert maps, I don't believe that the weapon swap mechanic can be considered anything less than a massive, incredibly punishing weakness that completely disincentivizes using it in most games, even on maps where it should realistically perform well in. Especially considering that, for the first 4 upgrades, the middle path is a surprisingly standard tower with minimal requirements to function. Then you purchase the tier 5 and it suddenly transforms into this hyper-specialized Feast or Famine tower that demands you warp your entire strategy around it lest it decides to fuck off and die. So I legitimately don't know where to rank this tower. Initially I was considering D, but later I decided that was way too harsh and moved it up to C. Then I used it some more, and after discovering some fun synergies and strategies, I believe it could potentially go into B. But just like the Blazing Sun before it, even ignoring the horrifically buggy state the tower launched in, it's difficult to understand the intended design philosophy of a tower that can just arbitrarily decide to nerf itself into obscurity almost instantaneously. There is a level of mental gymnastics I am performing here that is starting to make me acutely aware that I've spent way too much time making a nearly 5-hour-long video ranking fictional balloon-popping monkeys, so I'm gonna go ahead and place it into a tentative C tier before I begin experiencing hallucinations. But fortunately, to end things on a positive note, I think the bottom path is almost perfect. Firstly, to serve as an immediate, noticeable contrast to the last two paths, I think the tier 5 is actually strong. Helps that it's, you know, consistent. Wish the other two paths could say that. Granted, just like the other two paths, it definitely starts to struggle on more difficult maps. A fairly expensive, low-range tier 5 with stall just isn't going to pop off on Ravine, for example. But in my opinion, I'd go as far as to say that it's potentially overpowered on beginner through advanced. But even if it wasn't, just from a mechanical perspective, this thing feels like what the Desperado was always meant to be. Firstly, I hinted at this earlier, but the Wanderer upgrade is just great. It's honestly one of the most fun and interesting upgrades they've ever made. And it's even better for the Desert Phantom due to its dual radiuses, meaning that you can buff up its most important weapon with more traditional support options without entirely gimping its damage. But it still works well since you have to be cautious of how much you decide to buff it. I found with deliberate placement you can give it a Berserker Brew and primary training, but anything more than that and the Desperado will start to suffer. So you're still encouraged to use less traditional buffs, but maximizing the Wanderer's attack speed buff is a lot more lenient. Also, the weapon swapping mechanic actually works incredibly here. The pistols aren't great numerically, but having the ability to deal damage at a decent range before promptly blasting anything that gets too close is a fun dynamic. Especially since bulkier targets will regularly get knocked back into pistol range, which removes one of the most potentially aggravating aspects of knockback towers. Instead of knocking back a balloon and being unable to attack it before it gets back into range and repeating that glacially slow process roughly about a billion times, the Desperado will still be able to attack balloons while they're crawling back into SSG range, which I think feels great. Admittedly, it's not particularly powerful. I mean, even on the extreme end, if you have something like a Bloon Crush on the field, you're likely going to have at least a semi-decent supportive damage option beside it to wreak havoc without compromise. But as a standalone tower, it feels a lot smoother to use, even if it is basically a placebo buff. Also, speaking of knockback, despite what you may think at first glance, or even second glance considering its absurd damage output, this thing is actually a stalling tower. To be kind of reductive, it's basically the Icicle Impale in Tack Zone had a baby that inherited most of the best qualities from both parents. And honestly, although I don't believe it's in some oppressive state and needs nerfs for the good of the rigorous BTD6 meta, I feel like with the general community sentiment, it's probably going to get buffed, if anything. But I feel like there's such a strong foundation here that any direction Ninja Kiwi decides to pursue with a tower will end up feeling great. If you buff its price, it has an even better upgrade progression, which is a quality I already believe the tower has going for it as is. If you buff its damage coverage, now it's a much better standalone tower, and since less support is needed, it's able to thrive as a nomad even better. If you buff its damage and/or stalling potential, the tower's identity of being a game-winning damage dealer with incredible stall attached to it is a fun identity, and one that some of my favorite towers share. So overall, I just think he's neat. Really, the only two negatives I can think of are that the cross-path interactions are fairly bad, and I sincerely don't know if this is just me, but I feel like his model is kind of small for some reason. But besides that, I love this weird, angsty little dude. So even if I had to suffer through 2 broken, pre-alpha, early access Toys R Us Fisher-Price towers, we're gonna at least end things off with a rather easy, happy S tier. Admittedly, that could be recency bias, but considering how negative the last 2 segments were, I wanted to end things off with some unconditional positivity. And hey, keeping up with the last 2 towers themes, the Cripple MOAB and the Maim MOAB are pretty solid stalling towers that are viable in most scenarios. Admittedly, the tier 4 isn't as cost-effective as other stun or knockback options like the MOAB Press or Giant Condor, but it does well enough that in tandem with its global range, you should definitely consider it on longer maps, maps with limited space, and or difficult layout. Overall, it does a fantastic job at trivializing mid-game blimps by aggressively performing its best Gandalf impression, while scaling pretty damn well into the late game. The tier 5, on the other hand, has much higher damage output, legitimately decent splash, which is a change I really enjoy, a longer stun duration, more blimps stunned on average, as well as a hefty +5 damage debuff to its target. And as you may have guessed, just like the Super Brittle and Glue Storm before it, it's one of my most used tier 5 stalls because of how much it'll contribute to your defense. With the exception of one strategy I'll be discussing shortly, I very rarely enter a map planning to use the Cripple MOAB. But since the Maim MOAB is so useful and the other 2 Sniper Monkeys are so cost effective for their price, I will find myself buying it if I need another tier 5 for the 90s and I feel like it'd slot into my defense as well. Which it frequently does. I really like them. But to transition into that strategy I just mentioned, it's important to talk about the next tower. The Elite Sniper. God, I love the Elite Sniper. Despite being a cash-generating tower, it has the fantastic niche of being one of the easiest mid-game defense options available with global range and damage that can scale with upgrades fairly well. So the Elite Sniper can act as a stepping stone to more expensive and powerful towers, as well as a decent income generator, which is an incredible combo. And of course, if you're in a game mode where you can generate lives, this thing is also going to generate a ton of them as well, which only boosts its utility even further. And it's one of my most regularly used towers for that reason. With minimal support, which, mind you, is very easy to acquire due to its ability, it trivializes almost every game mode available. Which, to be fair, in of itself isn't a major accomplishment, but the fact that it offers all of that within a single package is really nice in my opinion. But what I found particularly surprising is that it can also be used fairly effectively in chimps as well. A game mode where its ability is entirely useless, which is an incredibly impressive benchmark on just how effective it is as a mid-game carry. And although I believe it's very good by itself, the Elite Sniper also provides an insane buff to all snipers on screen, as well as a brand new targeting option. But before discussing that in more depth, it's probably a good time to mention the Elite Defender, the third tier 5 sniper and the final member of the Axis of Havoc. The Elite Defender just fires insanely fucking fast. It also attacks even faster the farther balloons are on the track, and it fires even faster than that whenever you lose a life. And even if it isn't as immediately lethal as the global Alt F4 offered by the Bomb Blitz, the Elite Defender is generally agreed upon to be a much better tower that can hold its own without having to rely so much on synergies. All the while having a much higher ceiling than the Bomb Blitz, and honestly, seeing this thing shoot thousands of times a second never gets old. And no, that's not hyperbole, that's actually possible. Yeah, sure, the global nuke is cool, but put an elite defender in the middle of a map with multiple entrances, use an Azili totem, and watch in comedic horror as this man 360 no-scopes every bloon within a 5-mile radius. I'm sorry, but how could you not love this? But transitioning back to the Axis of Havoc, I've already mentioned that the Elite Sniper provides a buff to all snipers on screen, but to elaborate on its signature elite targeting, it's a hybrid priority list so that snipers can maximize their efficiency in dealing with the bloon onslaught. It'll target the first bloon if there are bloons that are at least 75% through the track, then it'll target the strongest bloons that can spawn multiple children, and if no bloons fit those two previous criteria, it'll default to strong targeting. You may have noticed that this has an insane synergy with the Elite Defender that gains attack speed as bloons progress throughout the track. I mean, hell, it can also potentially synergize even further by gaining lives through the supply drops. And it also synergizes well with a cripple/maim MOAB that will stun bulkier targets while your other snipers clean up the smaller threats. And because of their sheer synergistic potential, one of the most popular beginner chimp strategies that remains viable even on Expert is the Axis of Havoc. Every tier 5 sniper. Of course other Axis combos formed after this one, but Sniper is by far the most easy and intuitive combo to pick up, and I really enjoy it. Especially since all the tier 3 and tier 4 snipers are genuinely really good. I didn't really want to delve into them because the tier 5s are more or less upgraded versions of the tier 4s, which are effectively the upgraded versions of the tier 3s and so on, but they're all incredibly viable, including their crosspaths. It's honestly one of the only towers I can think of where pretty much every combination of upgrades is viable with their own unique pros and cons that are worth considering, and I think that's really fun. I'm going to display on screen what I would consider my usual quote-unquote build order, but I could easily come up with 5 other potentially viable alternatives to this, and I think that's really neat. I almost always include at least one sniper in my games, even if only for early game defense, but once you know how to use them, you can legitimately spam them on basically every map in the game, and they will perform well. Again, I don't enjoy strategies that demand you warp your entire game around them, but I do enjoy strategies that allow you to, with loads of variability in how committed you want to be, and snipers are one of the very best towers for that. I mean, the Sniper Monkey's in my top 3 most used towers for a reason. Sniping's a good job. So much so that all 3 of them have earned a spot in the S tier. I did briefly consider Elite Sniper or Elite Defender for S+, with main MOAB being in a slightly less favorable A, but I believe it's way more appropriate for them to be happy together. So they're all gonna be a cute, maybe slightly psychotic family in the S tier. Up next, with a Monkey sub, the Energizer is quite possibly the single most fascinatingly niche upgrade in BTD6. Before getting into more depth with that though, it is worth discussing the Tier 3 and Tier 4 upgrades. Submergent Support, well, submerges a submarine, and replaces its attack with a periodic pulse that reveals all camo bloons within its radius. Obviously you have to place it in water, but if water is readily available and it's not too inconvenient for your defense, it's easily the most cost-effective camo revealing upgrade as it's damn near impossible for it to whiff if placed properly. Then the Bloons Reactor further buffs that ability by allowing the scan to deal damage. Very subpar damage, mind you. It's not great, but it is still damage nonetheless. More importantly though, it also unlocks a new passive that reduces all nearby Water Monkey cooldowns by 15%, which is kinda neat. It's good for specific strategies, but I mean, outside of that, it is pretty much entirely worthless. The same cannot be said for the Energizer though, which reduces the cooldowns of nearby Water Monkeys by 50%, reduces all cooldowns on the map by 20%, as well as granting heroes 50% faster experience gains. It is a bizarre checklist of abilities, but it actually works. It is pretty expensive, so you're usually going to be using it in a dedicated strategy, but when everything aligns, it is an incredible tower with so many potential synergies to build around. Especially after the addition of the Mermonkey, which is the first non-hero water monkey added to the game since launch. Obviously it synergizes incredibly well with Poseidon, but I vastly prefer it with a final harmonic, as with their powers combined, shit like this is possible. Just like the Perma Maelstrom, I would struggle to call this viable. I mean, even with Brickle, it's more overkill than anything, but god damn it, this is way more fun than it has any right to be. I love it. So, although I began scripting this segment with a somewhat apathetic mindset, something like, oh yeah, the Energizer. That's a neat tower, I suppose. After sitting down and thinking on it, it's actually a really fun tower. I'm willing to concede that I am an Energizer enjoyer. I don't use it all that often, but it enables so many bizarre and immensely enjoyable strategies that I can't not love it. It's going straight into Boom Haha tier, which is to say it's going into B tier, for Boom Haha. Once again, before covering the Tier 5, I think it's important to mention the Tier 4, as it's one of the best upgrades in Chimps because its existence just invalidates Round 100, the last obstacle before victory. It's such a popular option, in fact, that Ninja Keely literally features it in a tutorial on how to deal with the bad. And yeah, it's incredible. It may only have one job, but it is incredibly good at that one job, so I do use it a lot. It does kinda require a bit of knowledge on the damage states of the bad, but it's far from the most difficult thing to learn, and once you figure it out, this thing is almost always going to allow you to close out the game. It's just a great, simple, yet very effective tower. As for the preemptive strike, it's honestly really strange, and unfortunately I don't think it's in an enjoyable way like the Energizer before it. It does a fairly considerable amount of burst damage to every blimp that spawns, but it doesn't skip layers, which is debatably the single most important attribute of the first strike. And look, credit where it's due, mathematically the upgrade makes sense. Especially when combined with a sub-commander, 1500 damage is enough to pop all MOABs, DDTs, and non-fortified BFBs. But spending so much money just to overkill layers by upwards of 300 to 400% just feels really bad. Realistically, lower tier blimps should never be what your defense falls to. Of course with the exception of round 95 and 99, but considering its price point and how reliant it is on another tier 5, the fact that you still have to find a way to deal with the super ceramics is terrible. It has to directly compete against towers that are able to handle those rounds on their own with little to no support, and it just can't. It doesn't offer anything new or valuable that would make it worth considering over other options. And yeah, sure, it retains its immensely valuable first strike ability, which will still decimate bulkier targets, so in theory it's a good, well-rounded tower, right? Well, there's a little bit of a problem there. Do you know what else will decimate bulkier targets? The first strike. And if you upgrade it further, it isn't even significantly buffed. It has a slightly shorter cooldown, but that doesn't particularly matter since you're probably going to be banking the ability anyway. Unless you're going for an all-in sub strategy, in which case it's fine. I can't think of many game states where it isn't hopelessly outclassed. I wouldn't consider buying this over any other decently inexpensive tier 5 that specializes in AoE damage because they'll utterly annihilate all the lower tier blimps, as well as all of the balloons inside of them, all the while having much more effective range than literally just the entrance of the track, while costing much less and without having to rely upon another tier 5 to function. So in closing, if I'm going for a dedicated sub-commander or brickle strategy, I'll consider it, but that's about it. But even if I think the tier 5 is really bad, the first strike is still a very neat upgrade, so it gets a C tier at minimum. The sub-commander, on the other hand, is another extremely fast-firing damage machine that can potentially have global range with a top crosspath. That's kind of the main gimmick with military monkeys. Every single tower has a way to deal damage or otherwise impact the map globally. For monkey subs, you have access to the advanced intel upgrade, which allows the sub to target balloons within range of your other towers, including camo balloons, which makes it extremely good. But despite using it fairly regularly, I'm not really a big fan of it. Not because of its performance, really the sub as a base tower is so efficient that you're going to want to start with it whenever possible. And the bottom path especially is good throughout every stage of the game due to having a great set of upgrades that all build into each other. But my biggest hangup is that even if it's a really good tower without additional support, the passive buff offered by the sub-commander is so powerful that not utilizing it just feels wrong. It's literally a 2 times damage modifier on top of a monstrous pierce buff. And like I said previously, subs are already incredibly cost-effective and powerful as a base tower. So this buff makes even a basic 203 sub an absolute menace that does way too much fucking damage for how much it costs. And if the subs don't just win the game outright, there are so many towers that synergize incredibly well with this strategy that'll allow you to finish off the game. So, what's my problem with it? I mean, it shares a lot of similarities with a lot of your favorite towers in the S and S plus tiers, so it's gotta be an S minimum, right? Okay, so here's the thing. There is so little variety in how you utilize the buff because it isn't great for the other two paths. Since your single target damage output is so strong, the first strike is entirely unnecessary. And hence, lowering its cooldown with the Energizer is entirely unnecessary by proxy. And of course you're not going to be using the top path sub as an offensive tower, so the extra damage isn't going to scale well anyway. And I think I've made my grievances with a preemptive strike completely clear, even if it technically benefits from the buff the most. So that just leaves you with two options. 230 spam or 203 spam. And as powerful as a legion of tier 3 subs are, both in Twitch chat and in BTD6, I don't find them interesting enough to pursue. I enjoy water-based strategies, but if I'm running with that, I prefer boats. If I'm running with a spam strategy, I also prefer boats. And snipers. And ninjas, and druids, and super monkeys, and tacks, and wizards, and bombs. Maybe not dart monkeys, but honestly it's not a great sign if I'm even contemplating it over the PMFC. I can recognize that it's very good. It used to be one of my favorite towers, and I definitely use it a lot more comparatively, but now that I've had time to properly experiment with all the towers, there are just so many alternatives I prefer more. I could definitely see myself putting it in B or even A tier if the preemptive strike was buffed, or new synergies were unlocked with the Energizer, but currently I think I'm just a bit subbed out. Which is a sequence of words that I never thought I'd say in my entire life, but here we are. C tier. Before talking about the carrier flagship, I do want to highlight just how much I love the Destroyer. The Destroyer fires a near constant volley of shots in opposing directions, and I just absolutely adore it. The Monkey Buccaneer obviously needs to be placed in water, but finding positions where you can fully optimize its unique firing pattern is always a great time. It's been one of my favorite towers ever since its introduction all the way back in BTD4, and I'm glad that it remains to be a menace even nearly 2 decades later. But then you have the aircraft carrier, which basically has the Buccaneer's dual firing pattern built into it with a much more flexible firing arc, all the while being a goddamn aircraft carrier with cute little fighter planes that like to go They're honestly really fun to watch patrol the map. Admittedly, I think it looks a little bit silly with the middle crosspath, which tends to be the preferred crosspath, but that's another thing about this tower I really love. All crosspaths are genuinely viable, and I mean that literally. Not just 520 and 502, but even 510 and 501 all have viable applications with specific interactions, and I always love that quality in a tower. I honestly believe that crosspathing may be the single most underrated yet massive addition to BTD6, so whenever a tower is able to fully utilize that, I'm almost always going to give it a thumbs up. But to transition into the tier 5, the carrier flagship is the aircraft carrier, but bigger, meaner, provides a global buff to all aquatic towers and planes, and even provides a small platform for you to place a few monkeys on. It's not big enough to localize your entire defense on, but it's enough to get a decent supportive option or damage dealer on board the flagship, which is usually a great play. Firstly, because the carrier flagship does fantastic damage for its price while being an incredibly affordable tower that builds into itself. Secondly, is that it also has inherent link prevention via the fighter plane, so it's doubly great for kill zone strategies. And thirdly is strangely because of BTD6's 3D engine. Since the platforms and any monkeys placed on them are higher on the Y-axis, they tend to perform better there due to some weird voodoo magic I can't really explain, and this quirk can even enable some bizarre yet fascinating strategies that I always love to bust out. So overall, I believe it's a fantastic tower. However, there is one downside that is worth mentioning explicitly, and that's that it is one of the very few towers in the game that is heavily affected by RNG. This has been addressed several times throughout the years, but despite numerous attempts to remedy it, I think it's a problem that's just innate with the tower. I mentioned that it does have inherent leak prevention via the fighter planes, but due to how they patrol the map, there'll be times where they just completely melt a wave by firing directly into it and maximizing their pierce. Or they'll get a really bad angle on the side and lose horrifically. If you've used this tower extensively before, especially with reintroduction of the retry last round button, you've probably replayed a round you've lost repeatedly with no alterations to your defense, until it'll suddenly bust through for seemingly no reason. Granted, this is only really concerned with challenges and true expert maps, as the tower is so efficient for its price. Like, the footage I had to use there was of the tier 4 aircraft carrier, because the carrier flagship would just steamroll through everything that wasn't advanced or expert. But even if it was a more prevalent issue, I think it's addressable enough that it isn't too aggravating. I'd be lying too if I said it didn't cost me a few black border runs, but seeing as that was primarily because of my own greed and not the fault of the literal carrier, I can't be too upset. All in all though, the entire top path is just a great early to mid game tower that scales well into late game strategies, and I really enjoy using it. But even if we were to ignore its viability, it's an aircraft carrier with cute little fighter planes that patrol the map. It was always going to make its way into the S tier. The pirate lore takes the premise of maximizing the Buccaneer's placement to get the full effect of its dual firing, turns it up to 11, and comes with one of the best abilities in the game. And overall, I believe it's one of the most fun tier 5s to experiment with. It's fun to strategize around, as buffing it is destructively potent. It's fun to figure out the most effective placements and maps, it's fun to watch it go berserk on the balloons, and it's fun to mash the hook button and send a bunch of blimps careening towards their imminent death. So just like the carrier flagship, this thing was constantly making its way in and out of the S tier, but there's a few problems with it that are barely gonna bump it down to A. And besides a few minor criticisms, it really just boils down to the fact that I simply prefer the carrier flagship. Thus far, there have only been 3 towers to share a tier, 2 of which are because they're naturally synergistic, but most towers in this video will have their 3 paths in 3 separate tiers. There are going to be exceptions to this, like in the case of the Boomerang Monkey, the 2 towers placed in B are just so completely different to each other that they're barely comparable beyond the fact that they're both Boomerang Monkeys. But the primary reason why is if there's a path that I prefer more than the others, I feel like it's only fitting for them to be higher on the tier list. How much higher is ultimately dependent on how much I prefer them, but for the Pirate Lord, if the carrier flagship didn't exist or otherwise made its way into the S+ tier, it would get an easy S. But unfortunately, due to the domino effect and being forced at gunpoint to rank my favorite monkey children, it's gonna settle on a very strong A tier. The Trade Empire is a tower that used to be one of my most used. Then its income buff was essentially halved, and now I just don't find myself ever using it. To be fair, it was the most efficient farming method in the game for quite a while, and especially by the time the Knave Arc of the Seas came around, I understand that it was too strong for ranked play and leaderboards due to how cash generation influences the Paragon's degree. But as it currently stands, I can't help but think it feels bad that you need to get upwards of 7 to 13 merchantmen before you start to feel its effect, where previously you could start snowballing a lot sooner. I do love the fairly unique quality of being an inexpensive tower with passive income that actually deals damage. Like, if I'm playing on a map with water, I will regularly buy a merchantman for additional income. But 1 to 3 merchantmen or favored trades is where it lives and dies for me because I don't believe anything beyond that is cost effective enough. Not only are there towers that perform its role much better in my opinion, but I don't ever find myself pursuing the Trade Empire's full potential when I could just build up an efficient early to mid-game defense and rapidly expand into banana farms, which comparatively is not only safer, but even more profitable. There are qualities I really like about it. For example, I think its synergies with the bottom path farms are really fun, and the sellback buff is immensely good for economic strategies, but I don't feel like it provides enough to be valuable anymore. And due to its snowballing nature, it's one of those towers that is exceptionally difficult to balance. Either it's too efficient and is the premier farming strategy, or it's not efficient enough, in which case it's severely suboptimal. I'd like to believe there is a way to mathematically balance it in between those 2 extremes, but even then, it still has a harsh space requirement, which means that it'd only really be viable on a handful of specific maps, which would be an enjoyable niche to have, and I honestly believe was the case before it was promptly nerfed into oblivion, but in its current state that it's been in for a few years now, I don't see the appeal anymore, Chief. C tier. The Sky Shredder is just a beautiful machination of war. Its upgrade description is simply, the Bloons will wish they had never come, and god damn it, this text is not clickbait. When you get this thing online, it really makes me understand the iPad kids because I could sit there and stare at it for way longer than I'd like to admit. I know I've already made a similar statement before during the Super Maelstrom segment, but fucking come on. Look at it. There's a point where it fires so fast that projectiles don't even look like they're moving anymore, and that's just incredible. Is the tower perfect? No. Is it expensive? Sure. Is it difficult to save into? 100%. The Operation Dartstorm just isn't good enough to carry you to 40k. Does it take a lot of micro and support to fully optimize? Yeah. But for once, legitimately, who cares? This plane is the plane that will lacerate the heavens, shred the sky, and eviscerate the ether, and you will love every second of it. That is a fact. A tier. The Tsar Bomba's upgrade description is a very, very large bomb. You have an ability that drops a very, very large bomb that does considerable AoE damage across the entire screen. I don't think there's much else to add here. It's a literal nuker, and one that's easy to build around and use. Like, most abilities in this game require you to time it for optimal effectiveness or otherwise build around it to maximize its potency. And although that's definitely applicable to the Tsar Bomba, the process is substantially simpler. You don't need to rely on stall or CDR, just wait until most if not all the balloons are on screen, wait until they're 80% of the way through the map, press the button, and watch as all the balloons instantly explode, and clap excitedly like you're one of those monkey bombs from Call of Duty. Legalize nuclear bomb, Shadow Wizard Monkey Gang. Yeah, look, there's a part of me that wants to go in more depth, and believe me, this isn't the turning point in the video where I'm fatigued and gave up on the script, but look at the upgrade description. What am I supposed to add here? I think the most unique thing I can provide here is that I do wish that the Wing Monkey targeting option was made baseline because the middle path definitely benefits from it the most. And I feel like people genuinely underrate the Ground Zero in Tsar Bomba's base attacks. They're inconsistent at best, but they are very powerful. Like the first 2cc, 2 tower co-op chimps, was Tsar Bomba and Tsar Bomba. Hell, while writing this was able to do 1 TC, which is a quality that almost no other tower shares. It's good. And I'm kind of surprised that most people don't like it because it's one of the simplest abilities in the game. But regardless, I'm going to go ahead and put it in A tier. Continuing the trend of vague upgrade descriptions, the Flying Fortress is somehow even less specific than the last 2 planes with "this is a big plane." And I mean, it's a true statement. That is a rather large plane. You know what, if there is any tower in this video that I can effectively skip, it's probably this one. It's an AC-130. It's an AC-130 that just fucking annihilates balloons. I don't think further elaboration is necessary. S tier. If you're new to BTD6, the Apache Prime is one of the most popular towers to use. Both because it's literally an Apache attack helicopter, but also because it's one of the most simple and immediately understandable towers to utilize. And I think that's primarily because of one upgrade. Pursuit. Look, I can understand that, in theory, going for Pursuit can be suboptimal, but firstly, I simply do not care. Secondly, I have to buy it if I want to Apache, so I'm going to use it. And it's great. Across every stage of the game, it'll hold its own. A low-tier Heli with minimal support can easily clean up the early game. Then, once you save up to the Apache Dart ship, it's going to decimate the mid-game with ease. Then, sometime in the mid-80s, you should have enough to purchase the Tier 5 Apache Prime, which is powerful enough that it'll easily carry you across the finish line, assuming you do literally anything else with the money you receive after buying it. Which, preferably, you should get an MIB because DDTs actually hard counter it, but that really shouldn't be a problem. Ultimately, it does lose more and more relevancy as maps get harder and harder, and the save up to Apache Dart ship and/or Apache Prime becomes increasingly strict. And if you're not getting the Prime, there isn't much reason to pursue the Dart ship. And to be frank, I think the Apache Prime is the most firmly average tower in the game. It's good at everything. Not exceptional at anything, but it's good at everything, which makes it an incredibly enjoyable tower to use. In fact, this sentiment is even reflected in the Chimp's tier list, in which it was considered a D tier tower for a while, and then firmly rose up to a solid B tier by virtue of just not getting actively worse. It's basically the Gaben of BTD6, which in of itself is a massive compliment, but also, you should consider the following. It's a goddamn Apache attack helicopter. I know the haha, my gender is an attack helicopter meme is firmly cemented in unfunny, edgy meme culture. And even though I'm happy just being a dude, I sincerely want to reclaim that joke because I think it would be really neat if I could transform into an Apache like an off-brand homoerotic transformer. That is the stupidest way I could ever phrase I really enjoy attack helicopters. But I do. I think they're really neat. I'll get more in depth with that in a future segment, but literally just by virtue of being a fucking Apache attack helicopter, it was always guaranteed to be in the A tier. Since it's also a pretty good Apache attack helicopter that's fun to use, well, it's still in the A tier. I believe the tower has a few crippling weaknesses that prohibit it from entering the S tier, but the question of anything lower than A is basically sacrilegious. No B patchies or C patchies today, we're going all in on Apache. Up next, Special Poperations. I have to admit that the blowback passive the entire middle path Heli has access to is surprisingly really good. I never realized how valuable it was until I started doing some more difficult Chimps maps, but with a little bit of micro, you can squeeze out a ton of stall for a relatively cheap price. And once you upgrade the downdraft into a Chinook, is that how you say it?
Chinook.
Yeah, Chinook. Once you upgrade the downdraft into a Chinook, on top of massively buffing the downdraft's effectiveness, the Chinook gains 2 new abilities. A supply drop that grants cash and lives, as well as an option to redeploy and move around towers. The Chinook isn't usually strong enough to be considered similarly to towers like the Elite Sniper, where it will defend you in the early to mid-game while generating income, but there are niche scenarios where the tower can do just that and excel at that, which is always nice to see. Those opportunities are kind of rare, but whenever they do occur, I do really like embracing the Chinook. On the other hand, the redeployability is simultaneously game-defining, but also entirely worthless depending on how you play the game. There are strategies that greatly benefit from redeploying, and there are even strategies that are only possible because of it, which tend to be very enjoyable compositions. Outside of that though, you're almost always better off saving the 10 to 15 grand in favor of just planning out your defense better. But seeing as the game would be infinitely worse if the Chinook was removed, I'm gonna lean into the optimism and say that it's a very good tower with a very good ability. But after you upgrade the Chinook into the Special Poperations, you'll get another ability where it can call down a Marine that deals a comical amount of burst damage when deployed. Not quite as bursty as some other middle path upgrades, but it's solid enough that you should definitely consider it if you're already going for a Chinook. But if you can believe it, there's a monkey knowledge point that unlocks yet another ability to pick up a door gunner that'll be deployed within the Special Poperations, at the trade-off that you can no longer redeploy towers. I haven't mentioned knowledge all too much in this video due to being a Chimps enthusiast, but I'm honestly depressed that this hasn't been made baseline because this completely transforms how the tower plays, and I find it immensely enjoyable to use and mess around with. For example, something I like to do in hyper late game scenarios is throw an Embrittle in there for a near global decamo with a +1 damage debuff to all of my targets. Or alternatively, if you're playing more economically, you can put a favored trades boat in the heli and fly it around anything you'd want to sell for additional value. A helicopter, if you would. Or you can have a global glue gunner with relentless glue. Or if you just want to fuck them balloons, you can go for a Dark Champion, or if it's available, better yet an Engineer Paragon Sentry. Or, for my personal favorite combo, with the introduction of the Mermonkey, you can do shit like this. Is this a viable strategy? Not really, but it's fun. It's great, I mean, look at it. I love it. Giving most towers in the game effectively global range with Pursuit is just as good as it sounds, and although it comes with a pretty steep price altogether, when you can still utilize the tower's innate stall, supply drops, redeployment, and on-demand burst damage, it's easily one of the most versatile towers in the game, and I can't help but love it for its combined package. And it's one of those rare towers that I'm always thinking about new combos and synergies with, and I think that's a wonderful quality to have. I would absolutely give this thing an A. However, for the time being, I'm gonna give it a cautiously optimistic B in hopes that somebody at Ninja Kiwi sees this and goes, damn, we should make Door Gunner baseline. And we should make Wing Monkey baseline while we're at it. Look, sometimes progress necessitates sacrifices, and if the Boomerang Monkey knowledge point where they can swap hands can be made baseline, I don't see any reason why Door Gunner and Wing Monkey can't be either. So I'm keeping the middle path Heli in B tier as ransom. Oh fuck, it's time, isn't it? Comanche Commander. My beloved. So let me tell you a little bit about me. I don't think that the military-industrial complex has overall been a great thing for humanity. However, if there is something that will never fail to give me goosebumps and convert me into the patriotic warmongering American that everyone wants me to be, it's goddamn helicopters. I fucking love helicopters. And you know what? Remember when I said that I'd talk about why I love attack helicopters in more depth later? No, I'm not going to. Something I realized this year with the help of therapy is that I feel like I have to constantly rationalize why I feel the way I do, and that's not necessary here. If you're gonna comment something like, oh Davey, why do you like helicopters so much? I don't think they're that cool. You don't belong in this channel. In fact, I don't even think you belong in this country. Go the fuck away. And if you don't live in America, you are objectively incorrect because every country in the world belongs to America, and you're gonna respect our goddamn helicopters. So I'm deleting all the paragraphs I had here about how I think helicopters are much more intimidating and versatile compared to other aircraft because that's boring science stuff and we don't fall for that here. In America, the skies are our battlefield and we dominate them with our gravity-defying gunships of steel and flame. I don't gotta explain shit. And as for the Comanche Commander, it's a squadron of 4 attack helicopters, and watching them coordinate the massacre of balloons in harmony is just... it's always a beautiful sight. To go a little bit more in depth about the tower though, historically the biggest pain point was that the save up from Comanche Defense to Comanche Commander used to be awful, as Comanche Defense was almost unanimously considered to be one of the worst tier 4s in the game, while the Comanche Commander was hardly a below average tier 5. But at some point I joked that if Ninja Kiwi buffs to Comanche, I'll drop all charges against their war crime antics, and Ninja Kiwi responded by buffing the Comanche. Over, and over, and over, and over, and over, and over, and over again. I'm not even sure if that's enough and overs, so that'll be a job for future editing Davey to verify, but god damn it, the Comanche is genuinely just good now. Extremely reliant on things like an MIB, Glue Storm, or specific heroes? Yeah, but still extremely good. And as glad as I am that the Comanche Commander is finally a great tower, something I didn't expect to happen is that the Comanche Defense is surprisingly a really solid save-up tool now, and one that you can easily justify using as a standalone tier 4. I mean, the MLB shove has always been one of the best tier 3s in the game, but the Comanche defense? I'm not trying to throw my child under the bus here, but I feel like if there is one upgrade that could be considered underpowered comparatively, it's the tier 4, but nope. That's an incredible upgrade too. The upgrade costs about 10 grand, and for that you get a tower that periodically calls in up to 3 mini Comanches to demolish any balloons attempting to make their way through the track, and they are really powerful. When you compare it to something like the Apache Dart ship, the fact that the Comanche can consistently match the output of them while being significantly cheaper and more versatile is actually insane. That statement does come with a few asterisks though. Particularly with the tier 4, you do need to know the extent of their abilities, since the mini Comanches are temporary and require the balloons to meet certain thresholds in track distance, so if you're exclusively relying on them for your defense and you're caught unaware, the upgrade can be extremely volatile. But once you learn how they operate and the extent of their abilities, they are an absolute value machine. And unlike the Apache that is extremely valuable on easier maps but begins to fall off on harder maps, I don't think I can outright state that the Comanche defense is strictly better on harder maps. But bizarrely, I don't feel like that's categorically false either, because the shorter the map is, the more likely it is that the mini Comanches will arrive for Bloonshed. And the mini Comanches are really strong. That's where most of the power budget of the upgrade is allocated. So the higher the uptime is, the better the tower is. So excluding heroes that do gain bonus experience depending on the game's difficulty, this is one of the only towers available that scales proportionately on harder maps. And additionally, there's a bunch of great towers that combo very well with it. For example, I'll usually pair them with a Spiked Mines Factory just to cover any potential leaks that may occur while also allowing the balloons to travel far enough to maximize the value of the mini Comanches. Which is usually an extremely easy, hassle-free save-up directly into the Comanche commander. The Glue Strike is also a great combo for similar reasons, providing a lethal oh shit button that'll remain to be immensely valuable all the way until the final rounds, and I love it. Overall, the Comdef went from one of the worst tier 4s to a surprisingly lethal one, which I think is wonderful. And of course, the tier 5 is just all of the Comanches, upgraded with permanent uptime. And as you may expect, it is very powerful. As stated previously, it is kind of reliant on synergies to come fully online, but that isn't a difficult proposition. With so many incredible potential synergies to build around, this thing isn't going to struggle to get you across the finish line. In fact, it's one of the most popular options for 2MPC, a custom challenge where a single monkey has to get almost every pop on the hardest difficulty. Currently there's only 2 maps that this thing cannot shred through, and of those 2 maps, one is a map where you just cannot place a helicopter, and the other map is a map so difficult that only 5 towers have been able to triumph over it. And it's not because those towers are strong necessarily. They were just able to counter the level's tedious, annoying gimmick, and honestly the Permaspike and Icicle Impale might still be able to do it, but the other 3 were only able to because of bugs which were quickly hotfixed. So their legitimacy is questionable to say the least. But in the case of the Comanche Commander, I mean, you could realistically argue that this thing is capable of accomplishing 2MPC on every map in the game. Of course with the 2 caveats of one map that the tower is extremely good in, and another map where it would be incredibly powerful if it was, you know, usable. Which should really prove how powerful this thing can be. But in closing, helicopters are cool. And the Comanche Commander is a great tower that is incredibly fun to use and is a new addition to our S+ tier. I don't think that should come as a surprise to anyone, but it's my favorite tower, and I don't see it being dethroned anytime soon. Before getting into the biggest one, I have to state outright here that the Mortar is an incredibly mixed tower in the community, because it's in a fairly precarious balancing position where it can't be too strong when actively microed. But if you just place it down without ever manually retargeting, by design it's always going to be a suboptimal option. And a high level of precise micro is reasonable enough if you're playing on a PC, but if you're playing this on a phone, or god forbid a console, it's probably not a great time. Especially since there's a slight delay between setting the targeting reticule, launching the attack, and the attack landing. The Mortar has predictably become one of the most divisive towers in the roster. But personally, I play RTS games, so this is practically second nature to me. There's a reason my tower's nickname is Maru, but to say it's not for everyone is an understatement, and if you told me you never use the tower, I'd be able to understand why. That being said, something I do love about the tier 5s though is that they're usually designed in a way where micro isn't as necessary. I mean, do you know what's a pretty solid solution to your Mortar potentially missing the balloons? Make the explosion take up half the goddamn screen. Of course, that isn't to say that you can't micro it. You still can, and it's still considered optimal, but it makes firing and forgetting a lot more viable. And living out the artillery power fantasy of just removing an entire area from existence and seeing balloons slowly approach the blast radius before being bombarded into dust and echoes, it's always a great time. Although it is noticeably undertuned right now, like if a map supports a mortar-based strategy, it is generally worth it, but you really need to be able to afford the biggest one before you ever consider using it. Which is fine, more expensive towers have definitely made their way higher up onto the list, but I would absolutely consider Shell Shock and the big one to be among the worst tier 3 and tier 4s in the game respectively, which makes the prospect of buying the biggest one immediately questionable. That, and on the maps it's really decent on, not only are they incredibly easy, but there are other options available I tend to prefer more. So I'm gonna go ahead and put it in B tier. Unfortunately, as much as I love the biggest one, it's difficult to rank the path any higher when it requires heavy investment on specific maps with only one upgrade I actually enjoy using. And on one hand, I'm glad it's for tier 5. On the other hand, mechanically, in most games I'm upset that's for tier 5. Papanda, on the other hand, it's probably the only Mortar Monkey right now that's firmly above that difficulty balancing curve I mentioned earlier, and to describe why, I need to get into a little bit of Bloons history. So for a couple of years, the artillery battery had the prestigious honor of being the only middle path tier 4 to not have an ability. And honestly, the tower was still decent overall, but it wasn't some obscene meta-tyrant that would break the game if it had any ability. To this day, I'm still not sure if there was ever a reason provided as to why it didn't have one, but a few years later, during the same update the Paragons were released, which is bizarre to think about, it was finally bestowed the bombardment ability, which quadrupled its attack speed and slightly increased its blast radius for 8 seconds. This immediately transformed what was already one of the most microable towers in the game into an absolute beast, and it became one of my favorite mid-game carries for that exact reason. But there was a problem. The tier 5 Papanda always had an ability, and it was a really good ability. But it was completely different. Instead of being an on-demand targeted burst ability, it was a massive screen-wide AoE stun that also dealt gradual damage during its duration. And that was a good enough ability that I really don't think many people would argue that the artillery battery's ability was better, but the tier 4 ability was entirely lost upon upgrading it to the tier 5, which meant that the two played completely differently. So even if overall the Papanda was a substantial upgrade, you did definitely feel like you lost out on something. That was until Isaac heard a voice from above, and Ninja Kui declared, "Hey, this tower having two completely different abilities doesn't make a whole lot of sense, so why don't we do that thing we usually do where we just make the tier 4 upgrade permanent on the tier 5, and... There were some compensation nerfs alongside that, but quadrupling a tower's attack speed is fucking insanity. It may be the single most powerful buff a tower has ever received in a single patch. It actually transformed the tower into an orbital laser that decimated everything that dared approach the blast radius, and could stun everything else that was foolish enough to believe they could escape it. Granted, it has been nerfed since then because it made the Hammer of Dawn look like a fucking laser pointer, but it's still one of my favorite towers. As always, it does require active micromanagement to perform optimally, and the save up from the tier 4 to the tier 5 in particular practically demands it. But as I described earlier, the tier 5 mortars are designed in such a way that you're usually able to fire and forget without losing too much value. And in the middle path's case, it's obvious that you're supposed to combine its immense attack speed with stunning effects, as this monster deals an additional 8 damage per shell to stunned balloons. And to help put that number into perspective, as a baseline, the tower fires nearly 15 times a second with a base damage of 2. So that's a casual 5 times damage multiplier, before buffs and other damaging properties. And of course its ability is literally a giant map-wide series of stuns, so there's a lot of strategies to build around for additional damage, on top of having one of the most powerful oh shit buttons in the game. It is still a decently expensive tier 5, and as I alluded to earlier, depending on the map you may have to use a tier 4 rather extensively in order to save up for it. But I'm totally fine with that, since the tier 4 is one of my favorite ADHD towers for when I want to feel like an elite gamer, when in all actuality I'm just pressing tab and left click repeatedly. So I enjoy the save up and the payoff for it. Again, it's not going to be a tower for everyone, but it's certainly for me, and even after repeated nerfs, I'm very happy with where it's at currently. So I'm going to go ahead and put it in S tier. And as for the Bloons Incineration, I like their solution to the mortar problem here. Every attack leaves behind a wall of incendiary death that melts everything it gets in contact with, so just like the biggest one, it's definitely optimal to spread the dot as much as possible, but you can literally fire and forget here. Another cool thing is that the Bloons Incineration effectively removes immunities from the game, as well as properties like Regrow, Camo, and Fortified. Although that on its own isn't usually a big enough plus to warrant using it for exclusively that capability, but in tandem with its surprisingly lethal damage output, it's definitely a viable late game option. Obviously DDTs just being slightly faster blimps that everything can damage without compromise is massive, even before considering that the Bloons Incineration will probably just melt them outright. But the ability to defortify balloons can deal a ton of damage. For example, round 98 is usually considered to be the most difficult late game round with its seemingly unending tide of ZOMGs and fortified BFBs. But with a Shattering Shells or Bloons Incineration, you remove a third of the RBE with 90,000 damage just by defortifying the BFBs. And that isn't padding unnecessary damage, that single-handedly transforms the round into something much more manageable. Hence, it's one of the most popular solutions given to new players who may be struggling with the round. And round 99 is another difficult round characterized by an onslaught of fortified DDTs and MWBs, both of which not only become much more vulnerable, but again, the Bloons Incineration will probably kill them all anyway. It is surprisingly potent. Of course, that isn't to say that it's an unbeatable hyper-carry menace. It is fairly expensive, so for its price point, it's still more of a support option than anything, because it does struggle with bigger targets, and ultimately, even if removing a third of the game, you still have to beat the remaining 2/3, which the Bloons Incineration can struggle with. But since the tier 4 is so valuable, I do find myself buying the tier 5 on a regular basis, and I always have a great time with it. I mean, just look at the dude. This guy knows he is committing excessive amounts of war crimes, and he's probably the happiest tier 5 in the game. Look at that little smile. How could you be upset with that? B tier. The Dartling Gunner was one of the first towers added to the game post-launch, which meant entirely brand new tier 5s, and luckily it did not disappoint. The Ray of Doom's description reads, creates a solid line of annihilation. You can erase most balloons at your leisure. And, you know what? I can't help but feel that most balloons is slightly disingenuous because once you get this thing, you just win. Even if you choose to not micro it, just setting its targeting reticule on a particularly potent area is more than enough to see the world and all the balloons unfortunate enough to inhabit it burn away. And if you're asking how this is balanced whatsoever, pretty simply, the laser cannon sucks despite constant balance updates. The Plasma Accelerator is a decent tier 4 stepping stone that does have a neat design that incentivizes you to actively target high priority balloons with it, while trying to use up its immensely high pierce. But most importantly, the Ray of Doom is really goddamn expensive. And an inexpensive tier 4 just isn't going to hold off balloons until the mid-90s. And the more support you buy for it, the later you're going to get the tower. And the later you get the tower, the more difficult the save up is going to become. So you have to play extremely economically for payout that, granted, is effectively an instant win condition, assuming you don't actually point the rod off the map, but isn't particularly viable by any conceivable metric. So, of course, that just means it's a late game free play tower, right? Not really, because do you know what's the main obstacle in free play? Bads. Realistically, you shouldn't ever die to anything that isn't a bad, and do you know what you need to pop bads? Single target damage. The Ray of Doom doesn't have particularly valuable single target damage. So outside of some niche interactions with its attack properties, you almost never see this thing. So despite being really cool, I'm going to give it a C tier for similar reasons to the biggest one, where I can't award it a higher rank due to only having 2 upgrades I sort of like. But unlike the biggest one, you're almost never going to be able to afford the Ray of Doom in a normal game, and although the Plasma Accelerator is fun to use, ultimately it's just an average mid-game tower that realistically isn't worth fielding unless you want to buy the Ray of Doom. And an average tier 4 is not going to be able to effectively save into the Ray of Doom, so it needs support. But like I said, the more support you buy for it, the later you're going to get it. Which usually results in this crippling economic anxiety death spiral I can never justify going through that usually doesn't even result in me getting the fucking tower. You know, the more I talk about it, the more I'm realizing that the opening statement of this section was a blatant lie, and this is 100% a D tier. I mean, shit, it doesn't even have infinite pierce. Honestly, if there is a single tower in the game that deserves it the most, it's this one, and it just doesn't. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're directly competing against a tower that launched in a borderline unfinished state, and you're losing considerably, yeah, fuck it, D tier. What is it with these towers? I sincerely do not understand why they all have to be so bad. My current leading theory is that Ninja Kiwi is actually heterophobic and won't allow any of the towers that benefit from straight firing arcs to thrive. So every new map has just gotten progressively zanier so that they fall into ever-deepening depths of obscurity. And like, yeah, sure, I'm all but certain the Crossbow Master is a little homophobic. He's probably said a few unsavory things in the past on COD lobbies, but the Ray of Doom and Golden Justice? Come the fuck on. You cannot be wearing this fit and be straight. In fact, if I'm in any position to make demands here, I think next June the Ray of Doom should have a cosmetic option that makes its beam rainbow colored. This thing would shoot straight up to S tier if I could obliterate the Bloons with pride, because to quote Mahatma Gandhi, there is nothing gayer than war crimes. Okay, he didn't say that. In fact, I'd argue he had some fairly unique views of World War II with valuable insight, like if your people are being systematically exterminated, just fucking die faster, lol, but I don't know, dude. Things are remarkably dire when your tower is so weak that it sent me spiraling into a mental breakdown, and now I'm deeply pondering the identity politics of fictional monkeys at war with literal Bloons. I need to move on for my own sanity. Ray of Doom, D tier, mad. I really like the Mad. Just like the Ray of Doom, the Mad is an extremely specialized tower, with it becoming a low pierce giant killer that can pretty much eradicate any blimp in the game within seconds, but is so comically terrible at dealing with ceramics or clumped Bloons that it's unironically outclassed by some low-cost tier 3s. It's really sad to watch. Until you remember that it can also do this, and then you make sure to remember to use it with basically any decent tier 5 that deals with Bloons well, and it's going to do great. Again, just like the Ray of Doom, it is expensive, but the upgrades are significantly cheaper overall, tend to perform better in my opinion, and I find much more fun to use. In no small part due to how well they actually synergize with other towers. Usually your concerns in the late game are going to come from higher tier blimps rather than Bloons, so although both roles are very important in their own right, blimp damage is overall very stat checky and requires much more active consideration, while you can effectively deal with every Bloon and low tier blimp in the game with something like a Bloon Solver or a Glaive Lord. So if there is one role that is better to specialize in, it's definitely anti-blimp. So the hyper-specialized giant killer turns out to be pretty damn good. And unlike the Ray of Doom, I get to bust out the Mad fairly regularly because it's incredible for ranked events. It shouldn't come as a surprise when the most popular event is to deal as much damage as possible to a blimp in the shortest possible time frame, or as economically as possible. The Mad performs pretty damn well for its price and is an incredibly popular option for multiple events. Unfortunately, I don't get to bust it out as much in Chimps because the save up is harsh and ultimately you're still very reliant on mitigating its weaknesses, but that's totally fine. Although I tend to prefer versatile towers with the potential to be deployed in a wide variety of game states, I do also have a soft spot for extremely specialized towers, and the Mad is one of my favorite examples of that. I love this little dude, and his weird, violent little monkey Gundam. A tier. The Bloon Exclusion Zone, on the other hand, is a fairly standard tower compared to its two hyper-specialized brothers, but in its own right, it's still fairly unique. It excludes Bloons from existence by firing an endless volley of buckshot, at the trade-off that it no longer has global range, and it's generally advised to place it much closer to its targets to maximize its damage. And just like most other fast-firing, low-damage towers, it does require some specialized support in order to get the most out of it. Realistically, you only have to give this thing an MIB, or a Glue Storm, or an Embrittle, and you're more or less set. And fortunately, the Bloon Area Denial system is a really good stepping stone, so unlike the Ray of Doom, it's not as economically constraining as the delta between the two upgrades is considerably lesser. And another neat thing is that this path comes with its own exclusive targeting option, which unlike the two other paths that require you to aim down your sights, target independent more or less allows it to track and fire at enemies like a standard tower. And overall, I think the BEZ is just pretty nice. It's a fairly standard tower, it's ultimately just more DACA, but sometimes standard is good, and I love my menacing spire of fully automatic Gatling guns. Plus, as I'm sure you've noticed by now, I am a sucker for high attack speed, low damage towers, and this is no exception. Overall, I think I may prefer the Mad due to being more unique, but since the two occupy entirely different niches and entirely different playstyles, I'm more than happy to also place it in the A tier. The Archmage has one thing in particular I love about it, and that's the fact that it's a decently long-ranged, high-damage, consistent tier 5 that ignores line of sight. And since its range isn't global, its power budget doesn't have to suffer much for that, which is a surprisingly rare quality to have. It can definitely struggle to clean up without additional support, but it's still efficient at dealing with clumps of balloons, and it even does considerable single target damage, so overall it's just an incredibly versatile late game tier 5. Other than that, although I do love the Archmage, it doesn't do anything to wow me. I do think it has incredible flavor. Don't get me wrong, I love Monkey Gandalf, and I think the fact that it incorporates upgrades from all three paths is a nice touch, but it's honestly exactly what you'd expect from a tier 5 wizard, which isn't a bad thing, mind you. It's still a great tower, but it's exactly what you'd expect. And yes, I am totally aware that is very pedantic, because you could argue the same about most towers in this game, honestly. Like, I love the Tack Zone. It is exactly what you would expect from a tier 5 Tack Shooter, though. But, I don't know, just like the Inferno Ring, I can't help but feel that it needs a little bit more oomph. Like, I mentioned that it incorporates elements of all three paths, which I think is really neat and is something that the tower should embrace, but the shimmer effect isn't really empowered. It's just shimmer, attached to a tier 5, that doesn't even really want to utilize the effect, honestly, but slightly faster. Look, I'm not asking for the Archmage to become the fucking Magus Perfectus, but I don't think it's too unrealistic to ask for increased range, or maybe even a Bloon Incineration-esque removal of special properties. You could really run with the flavor of a true Master of Wizardry, but it's just shimmer, but slightly faster. And also, having a cross path into the middle path just to gain Fireball and Wall of Fire is very boring. Again, spitballing here, but something like making those spells baseline while buffing it with a cross path would be great. And I don't just mean bigger numbers, I mean something like the Dragon's Breath could leave behind smaller walls of fire upon contact. Or it could have a viral effect where it spreads its incendiary debuff all across the map. But ultimately it's just some tier 3 abilities tied to an enhanced tier 4. Which is neat. I don't hate the tower. I really like it, in fact. But I can't help but feel that there's some missed potential there, so I'm gonna go ahead and put it in B tier. Before covering the Wizard Lord Phoenix, I do want to briefly discuss the Dragon's Breath, as one of my favorite qualities of the middle path is its incredible upgrade progression. Wall of Fire is straight up one of the best tier 2 upgrades in the game, but I love Dragon's Breath as a decent early to mid game tower, as you can cross path it for camo detection, it pops almost every balloon innately, it rarely struggles with leaks due to its massively buffed Wall of Fire and lingering damage over time, and that isn't even considering its powerful Dragon's Breath attack, which incinerates anything that dares approach it. And considering its low price point and low volatility, it scales surprisingly well into the mid to late game. It is one of the most popular early game towers for a reason. It is just incredibly good. The tier 4 upgrade after that, though, is Summon Phoenix, which, rather predictably, summons a wall of internet commenters to point out that the Phoenix is a fiery bird when I said that it's animal abuse in a war crimes video because it's a bird on fire. Like, holy shit, I understand it's one of my first videos and it's really bad and I hate it, but how is this obvious joke line being treated so fucking seriously by some— The Phoenix is an extremely powerful ability that lasts for 20 seconds and just utterly annihilates balloons. And in total with the Bolt, Fireball, Firewall, Fire Breath, and Phoenix, this is an incredibly versatile mid-game tower that can make some of the hardest rounds look like a complete joke with proper timing. and can even allow you to easily save into the Wizard Lord Phoenix, which makes the Phoenix a permanent asset to your defense, all the while unlocking a much more powerful ability that turns the wizard himself into a Phoenix. And while in this state, it can dish out an insane amount of damage just like the previous ability, being able to absolutely melt even the most difficult late game rounds, and even outside of that form, the Wizard Lord Phoenix has access to greatly improved attacks, so it's able to contribute to your defense even while the ability is on cooldown. As always, there are a few weaknesses here, namely that stalling for ability timings is a lot harder due to the permanent Phoenix. Your single target damage isn't particularly great, so rounds like 97 and 100 can be difficult, and the Wizard Lord's effectiveness can widely vary between maps, but overall it's an extremely solid tier 5 that did take me a while to recognize its viability and potential uses. But it's one of the hallmarks of 2TC, a challenge where you have to make the most out of limited options and synergies, for good reason. It's a great tower that you'll get a lot of mileage out of throughout every stage of the game, all the while requiring minimal support. And who doesn't love incineration? Fire words are some of my favorite words, and I find myself regularly saying them as vocal stems. Incineration, immolation, disintegration, conflagration, combustion, and those are just the words that end with Ian. I sincerely could go on, but I think you get the point. I really like fire. So a tower all about progressively unlocking new and increasingly violent incendiary upgrades was always going to make its way high onto the list. A tier. To state it outright, the Prince of Darkness is already one of the coolest tier 5s in the game, exclusively from a flavor perspective. Look at this dude. Do I really need to elaborate? But from a more mechanical perspective though, shit, it's still one of the coolest tier 5s in the game. Instead of just shooting, I don't know, basic projectiles like bullets or darts at the balloons, this thing reanimates undead balloons and blimps from the grave to travel down a lane and damage everything it gets in contact with, and I fucking love that. But to help balance the onslaught, in line with the Necromancer theme, balloons need to die near the Prince of Darkness in order to fill up its graveyard, which it'll then expend to summon more powerful and more frequent attacks. But besides being one of the most unique towers ever released, what makes this even better is that it's incredibly powerful in-game as well. Not only is the sheer onslaught of undead extremely lethal, but something I really love about it is how effective it is on harder difficulties and on more difficult maps. Don't get me wrong, it's genuinely overpowered in single-lane maps. However, if you have a map where the balloons share a path, alternate between paths, approach multiple exits, or otherwise converge, you can use that to your advantage by targeting the convergence and almost ignoring the split as an inconvenience altogether. All the while simultaneously mowing down balloons further along the track, and similarly to the Comanche, that interaction allows this thing to be viable even on the most difficult maps in the game. And just like the Comanche, although there is a cap on the graveyard capacity, being able to reliably fill that graveyard with more and more souls only makes the Prince of Darkness even more powerful. So you could totally argue that the higher the difficulty, the more value you're going to get from it. But, dude, it's the Prince of Darkness. Remember what I said about the Tack Zone? How you shouldn't underestimate a war machine with a skull on it that's designed to eliminate targets that don't anatomically have skulls? This motherfucking guy is sitting on a throne of skulls with the tormented souls of his hollowed victims crying out behind him. Hell, he doesn't even get up to attack. He is so unbothered that he just lifts up his hands and knows that's enough to eliminate the balloon threat. This dude gets it. Really though, I've already made my stance on Necromancers abundantly clear. Whenever they're in a game, I almost always immediately gravitate towards them, and Bloons TD6 is no different. It's flexible, versatile, powerful, and most importantly, it's the Prince of Darkness. and that fact alone easily cements this thing a slot in the S+ tier. Okay, so brief note on video flow. The Super Monkey is the only monkey that I'm going to alter the placement of, especially with just how complex the Sun Temple and True Sun God is. Covering the most expensive and most iconic powerhouse in the series' history, then moving on to a fucking ninja feels very, very wrong. So we're going to be covering the Super Monkey at the end of the Magic roster, instead of covering him almost immediately. And with that in mind, the Grandmaster Ninja is almost impossible to talk about without discussing the Shinobi tactics. It is a very standard upgrade that follows a very simple upgrade progression. Ninja attacks fast with sharp shurikens. What if the ninja attacked even faster? What if the shurikens were faster and popped more balloons? Now, stick with me here. What if the ninja shot 2 shurikens per attack? Now, I know that was crazy, and don't discount this idea just yet, but what if the ninja shot 5 shurikens per attack? Now, okay, hold on to your hats, because this is where I might lose the rest of you. What if the ninja attacked even faster, the shurikens did even more damage, and he fired 8 shurikens per attack? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say, it's really good. That being said, if you want to buff this thing even further beyond, you have to pursue the middle path upgrades, namely the Tier 3, Shinobi Tactics. Shinobi Tactics is a relatively cheap upgrade that boosts the attack speed of all nearby ninjas by 8.7%, and their peers by another 8%. This sounds pretty good, not strictly overpowered, until you realize that this effect stacks. Up to 20 times. Exponentially, up to a total of 430%. Yeah, this obviously turns the Grandmaster Ninja into a methamphetamine-fueled warlord that fights his own war with no rules, no boundaries, one that doesn't flinch at torture, human trafficking, or genocide. But another neat thing is that if you choose to do this, all the Shinobi tactics within range also become absolute beasts. Seriously, they punch so far above their weight class that you would mistake them for decently priced tier 4s. And of course there's also other ninja synergies we'll be discussing in just a moment, but to wrap up the Grandmaster Ninja segment from earlier, I do think it needs a slight buff as it's functionally replaceable in its main strategy. To the point that I think spamming Bloonjitsus is almost always the correct play. But even then, it's still an incredibly useful tower just because it's a pillar for one of the best qualities you can have in chimps. Consistent, risk-free progression. Instead of saving up for stepping stones and potentially risking your run if your defense falters, you just start off with a ninja. Upgrade it to 301, get an Alchemist, upgrade that to 300, upgrade the ninja to 401 or 402, upgrade the Alchemist to a 320 or 420, then you get a discount village or 2 and a shinobi. Then you follow that up with a shinobi, and another shinobi, and another shinobi, and yet another shinobi until you have 20, get a tier 5 ninja, GG easy. But the next upgrade available for a legion is the Bloon Sabotage. This ability slows down all balloons on screen, excluding children spawned from those balloons, by 50% for 15 seconds. This is an incredibly cost-effective upgrade, and for its price, it is easily one of the best stalling towers available in chimps. And I love that it's not at all contingent on the shinobi army. In fact, most of the time when you want to place one down, it'll be entirely on its own. But if you do have that legion, it is absolutely worth it to upgrade one into a Sabo, and I love that added flexibility. It's something that will boost the power of shinobi strats significantly, all the while being decent enough on its own that you don't need to go all in on them for its effect. Which is something I always appreciate in a tower. The same cannot be said for the tier 5 Grand Sabotage though. Unless you're in free play, in which it is absolutely insane, because reducing the HP of all blimps by 25% turns out to be pretty useful when the blimps spawn with literal millions of health. Outside of that, though, the big problem with it is that it reduces the HP of all blimps that spawn, with the key word there being spawn. It doesn't reduce the HP of all blimps on screen. The ability has to be active when new blimps spawn for them to be damaged, which can be really difficult at times. It is an effect that's great to have, but isn't usually worth the price tag in most runs. That being said, if you do have that Shinobi Legion I keep mentioning, it does also buff every Shinobi on screen. Sadly not by a whole lot though. Plus 2 damage to blimps in extra range is really nice, but honestly isn't enough for you to usually go out of your way to purchase it unless you're seriously dedicated to a Shinobi strategy. Especially when you take into account the last tier 5, the Master Bomber. Although the Grandmaster Ninja is the most popular tier 5 due to its obscene attack speed, the Master Bomber is honestly just as good, if not better. Honestly, I actually prefer getting him over the Grandmaster. And that's because the Master Bomber's upgrade description is a 1 monkey MWB demolition machine, and that is not at all inaccurate. This dude comes equipped with a global sticky bomb that does 3,000 damage against Moab class Bloons and stuns them for a second. Additionally, its basic attack, which includes flash bombs, also deal a hefty 600 damage and stun for a quarter of a second. To put that number into perspective, the MAD, that hyper-specialized tower that I said primarily annihilates Moab-class Bloons, yeah, each of its missiles only deal 550 damage each. Yeah, if the Master Bomber is buffed, this thing will easily stunlock and nuke everything until they die. And with the Shinobis, all the other Bloons will also be torn to shreds while they're stuck in a helpless Sisyphean state. It is a ruthless, instant game-winning combo. And although the Shinobis do allow it to pop off to greater heights, the thing I love the most about the Master Bomber is that all the upgrades are totally viable without the insane 400% attack speed buff, which I honestly find commendable. Usually with a design like this, you need to balance it around the potential for them to get super buffed, so they'll usually be weaker than other options to offset that. But even on their own, the ninjas don't feel weak or underpowered comparatively, which, again, I think is genuinely commendable. But overall, it's an incredible tower with an incredible suite of upgrades, and it's a fan favorite for a reason. Just like the Sniper Monkey, I have regularly debated putting the top path and middle path into the S tier, but I feel like it's only fitting for them to all huddle together in a single tier. And unfortunately, if they all went into S, there would be an overpopulation issue. So because of artificial scarcity, they're going to have to settle for a very strong, very commendable A tier. I mean, what am I supposed to say about the top path Alchemist? There has been no other tower that has been as dominant, immensely overpowered, yet universally beloved in the game's history. But despite that, it hasn't been nerfed to oblivion because it primarily exists to buff up other towers. Which, honestly, is probably where I'm going to begin and end this. It is a massively complex tower with so many weird variables, such as whether or not you want to use a 300, a 320, a 301, a 400, a 420, or 401 that even I don't totally understand. If I wanted to get into the exact mathematics and best ways to use it, it could take up an entire video on its own. All you need to know though is that it gives monkeys extra damage, range, and attack speed with a few variables on an upgrade-to-upgrade basis, such as how many attacks it can potentially buff, how long the buff remains in effect, the downtime in between buffs, etc. This means that, like, a solid 80% of all monkeys in the entire game will immensely benefit from the top path Alchemist. with the remaining 20% being further split into another 10% that still enjoys having a top path Alchemist, and the remaining 10% is left to towers that are either not cost effective enough to warrant buying one, or just can't be buffed by an Alchemist full stop. So with an incredibly small list of exceptions, in practically every run you do want the Alchemist to be involved in your defense by buffing up your best towers. Especially since buffs aren't mutually exclusive, so it's not competing against any other supportive options. It's just an additive bonus to make your favorite monkeys stronger and even more lethal. And because of that, it is a universally beloved, beautiful, drunken creature. So in regards to viability, saying it's an S+ tower would be disingenuous, as you could probably rebrand S+ to S++ as a tier dedicated exclusively to the path, and that would probably be more accurate. But just like all the most heroic masculine figures, this man doesn't want the glory for himself. He's fighting for what he believes in, his brothers in arms and his friends back home. And because of that, I don't feel like he'd want to be in the S+ tier. That'd be too much attention. Attention he believes that the people he loves the most deserves instead. Ultimately, his responsibility was to ensure that they managed to realize their full potential. And although we all know in our heart of hearts they couldn't do it without him, and that he definitely belongs in the S++ tier, I'm gonna go ahead and let him into the A tier because that's what he wants. He's a damn hero. And I hope that someday he can reflect upon his life and realize how much good he's done. For everybody. The Unstable Concoction is one of the most price-efficient towers available. Granted, only for the last 15 or so rounds, but for about $5,000, you're looking at a tower that can deal upwards of 300 to 400,000 damage during a run, which is insane value. Although, much to the horror of WoW players everywhere, you do need to make an important distinction between damage done and how effective a damage done actually is. Like, if you're dealing an absurd amount of damage, but that damage is more or less redundant, then the damage done is still ultimately redundant. And admittedly, the Unstable Concoction is a lot of padding, but even if it's not the most valuable damage, it still does so much at such a low price that it can be worth picking up due to its sheer efficiency. And the Transforming Tonic keeps up that cost efficiency theme by transforming the Alchemist into a monstrous powerhouse for an extremely short duration. But that's totally fine, as it's a legitimately powerful burst tower for its price, and one that's great for difficult mid-game rounds, but one that also maintains relevance during the late game. Honestly, it's an upgrade that I don't experiment with often, no pun intended, but that should really change. It might be the newest tower that I've come around on, because every time I've used it, I think it's been incredible. But moving on to the tier 5, you have the Total Transformation. Similarly to the PMFC, it also transforms 5 nearby monkeys into crazy attack monsters, and that text is not clickbait. They actually pump damage. But unlike the PMFC, the thing I like the most about the tower is that it has a fun element of customizability, as the affected towers also retain any specific buffs they may have had previously. Which certainly isn't a trait exclusive to the Total Transformation, but usually monkeys that transform other monkeys or otherwise summon their main damaging component are pretty static. Even something as simple as whether or not the top half Alchemist properly buffs them is inconsistent at best. But since the Total Transformation can transform nearly 70% of the monkey roster, there's a lot of fun synergies you can build around that are as effective as they are utterly bizarre. Primarily, you're looking for additional attack speed buffs, so something like Shinobi Tactics and Pop Plus Druids are usually your best options if you're going for an all-in strategy. But if you want to build around other tier 5s or generally want a less dedicated strategy, there's also some really funny options like Ice Monkeys with the Absolute Zero's 50% attack speed buff upon using its ability, which is a combo that will freeze all Bloons on screen while they're being decimated by the TT5's absurd damage output. Or alternatively, if you want a more passive buff that doesn't rely upon sinking abilities, the Elite Sniper's passive 33% attack speed buff makes snipers an incredibly effective option as well. And since the monkeys are going to retain that attack speed buff regardless of upgrades, as long as you have the relevant tier 5 on the map, you can just place down 5 000s and they'll perform better than almost any other tower. It is such a niche interaction. I would have never figured that out on my own, and I think that enabling unique, bizarre strategies like that is always great for the game. So, honestly, this is another tower that I initially placed fairly low in the C tier. But the more I thought about it and the more I looked into it, the more I realized that it deserves a B at minimum. Then I thought about it even more, and I'm only realizing while typing this out that it's completely in character for the flavor of a crazed scientist, and I love that the game actually promotes that. You know what? Fuck it, it's jumping another tier. Starting from a relatively apathetic C at first glance, all the way to A. Why? 2 words. Quantum entanglement. If there is any monkey that deserves to break the game, it's this one. And the fact that it's broken the game so many times that the community has to come up with unique titles for its comic antics means that it deserves no lower than an A tier. So, I'm not even kidding, I entirely forgot about the Bloon Master Alchemist. Not like the MYB Domination, where I acknowledged its existence but decided to script a segment out later. I mean that I'm only just now realizing that I did not include it as I'm doing the voiceover for this video. So, fuck it, we're doing it live. Alright, look, we can agree on 2 things here. The flavor, the drip, the aura, you might even say, impeccable. In that regard, it's easily S tier. The gameplay though? I mean, literally who the fuck cares? Yeah, sure it has absurd damage output, but it's all padding. It's blatant overcompensation for the sake of blatant overcompensation. And that's in its most respected niche. Hyper late game free play runs where it effectively contributes nothing to your defense. It does have a big number next to it. It doesn't really do anything though. Meanwhile, in chimps, it is actually a run killer. I mean, Ninja Kiwi has been trying to make the tier 3 and tier 4 relevant, to middling success. But the tier 5, it literally removes money from the game. My guy just can't be happy with blatant overcompensation, he has to be actively detrimental while doing it. For what it's worth, Rubber to Gold is excellent if you want to optimize your farming, and Lead to Gold even has some niche uses, but as a combined package, sorry, but D tier. I don't care what color his Bugatti is, I don't care how rabid the blue check marks are on X the Everything app, he's just a fraud. Get him out of here. I mean, you could copy and paste the entire Bloon Crush segment here, but replace Bomb Shooter with Druid, and Bloon Crush with Superstorm, and it would be 98% correct. The only minor difference that deserves to be addressed is that the Superstorm is a massive blowback instead of a massive stun, so it does synergize incredibly well with other stalling towers in hyper late game runs. Granted, as always, it's not a good stalling option in most game modes, as there are other options that perform its role much worse, but effectively enough to get you past a victory screen, all while being significantly cheaper. The Giant Condor and Relentless Glue is basically just a Superstorm at home on the overwhelming majority of maps, but it is still nice. Again, just like the Bloon Crush, if you get it, it is effectively GG. But unlike the Bloon Crush, it does have some nice synergies available with other Druids and Obens, so I do get a lot more use out of it in comparison. The only other thing worth mentioning is that the tier 3 and tier 4 upgrades were slept on for the longest time. They're valued much higher now after people started recognizing its power, but other than kind of looking like low tier god, I don't really have a whole lot to say for the magical Bloon Crush. Again, overall as a combined package, C tier. Spirit of the Forest, on the other hand, my beloved. Before that, though, Druid of the Jungle. I know that many would contest this as untrue, but I would argue that's one of the best early game towers with surprisingly decent mid to late game scaling for its price. And that's a hill that I'm not willing to die on, because that would imply that I'd let anyone conquer my hill, which isn't fucking happening. I love Druid of the Jungle. For about 2 grand, you get a global insta-kill on any Bloon that does a pretty fair amount of damage to Bloons that pass through their strangled remains, while simultaneously having full damage coverage and basically removing regrow as an attribute from the game altogether. In my opinion, it's an early game powerhouse that can trivialize everything up until round 40, and even if I never upgrade it past 130, it'll still accumulate a solid 80k pops at least before the victory screen emerges, so it's become an early game staple for me. Jungle's Bounty, on the other hand, is just Druid of the Jungle, but better. Statistically, at least. It's honestly way too expensive for it to be worth upgrading into, unless you plan on getting the tier 5. And it hasn't been a truly viable farming option in years, and it requires way too much commitment to come online for it to be a valuable defensive tower that also generates income a la supply drop. So, although I do disagree with most of the criticism that Druid of the Jungle receives, the one thing I can definitely agree with is that the tier 4 just isn't valuable enough to make it worth pursuing. So the tier 3 can be a dead-end tower when compared to something like a Dragon's Breath, Destroyer, or any number of decent early game towers with a much smoother upgrade progression that can further carry into the 50s, 60s, or potentially even higher. But considering the tier 3's incredibly low price point, and that I believe the tier 5 is legitimately good, I'm not all too bothered by that. And speaking of which, Spirit of the Forest is just obscene. It has the unique mechanic of growing vines throughout the entire track that do more damage depending on their proximity to the Spirit of the Forest. But up to this point in the video, there have only been 3 offensive towers with actually infinite pierce, and the Spirit of the Forest joins that incredibly small group as its vines literally have infinite pierce. Similarly, I've stated that plenty of towers effectively removes Bloons from the game, but one key weakness that may come up is range. Yeah, a Glaive Ward and a Bloon Solver can pop a functionally infinite number of super ceramics, but if a blimp pops too far out of range, they may not be able to recover in time. Of course I'm saying may not, as they still do have absurd cleanup potential, but it is something to consider. But the Spirit of the Forest will effectively remove every Bloon from the game, unless the track is obscenely short, you placed it in Narnia where its vines aren't empowered, or your blimp damage is so horrific that they're only popping near the very end of the track. I've said it before and I'll say it again, but something I very highly value in this game is cleanup security. And once it's on the field, you will feel the Spirit of the Forest's presence over the entire map at all times. And I think it's really neat. For the longest time, it was our 4th S+ tier tower, but due to several nerfs that vastly reduced its overall performance, and Ninja Kiwi wanting to make it a more income-based tower, I decided to knock it down to S in favor of the Prince of Darkness, which has a lot of the same appeal, but has a smoother upgrade progression that focuses more on offensive pressure. But even still, I get a lot of mileage out of it. In fact, although I don't use it as much in Chimps, I've been using it more than ever in Impoppable. Recently, its end-of-round income was quadrupled, which makes it nearly as good as a banana research facility. So it's been a great save-up tool that has been serving me very well. But again, the primary avenue in which I experience BTD6 is through Chimps, so although I believe this direction is actually for the better for most players, I'm still gonna go ahead and give the edge to the Prince of Darkness. Until then, though, I guess we'll have to deal with being, I don't know, in my top 10 favorite towers in the game. How dire. Before getting to the Avatar of Wrath, Pop Lust is virtually identical to Shinobi Tactics, and that's an upgrade that increases the attack speed and pierce of all nearby druids that can stack multiple times. It does have a much lower ceiling since the buffs aren't multiplicative and it only caps out at 5 stacks, but considering just how powerful the bottom path druids are with buffs, I think it's a totally fair trade. However, one thing I'm admittedly not the biggest fan of is that, similarly to the sub-commander, the buff isn't great for the other druid paths. It's almost completely worthless for the middle path, and it's niche at best with a Superstorm as it's fairly redundant to buff. So for the most part, once you get your Pop Lusts online, you're either going to want to cap it off with the Avatar of Wrath and additional support as needed, or you're going to spam tier 3 and tier 4 bottom path druids with maybe a ball lightning or 2 for stall, and that's about it. But unlike the sub-commander, I do have a lot more fun with druid strategies, and the incremental buffs do help in maintaining its novelty. That, and I feel like the overall upgrade progression is much more enjoyable by comparison. Even despite the lack of build diversity, the Avatar of Wrathless's Pop Lust army has remained to be one of my most frequent strategies for easy clears. Especially though I've been receiving continued buffs over the years, so he's finally decently powerful and isn't at Biker Bones tier. Seriously, this dude experienced such a glow up that it's viable to use him as a standalone hero now. You haven't seen him much in this video because Geraldo is relatively non-intrusive as a support hero, but he might be my most used hero right now, which makes druid strategies all the more appealing. Returning to Pop Lust though, something that deserves to be mentioned that hasn't been all too relevant for other similar towers is footprint size. Druids are pretty thick, so although the prospect of amassing 6 Pop Lusts should sound exponentially easier than 20 Shinobis, it can surprisingly be fairly difficult depending on the map and where you'd like to place them. Like this footage right here, this took me way more tries than I would really like to admit. But when you make it work, it's a really fun strategy. It's one of the most popular comps for beginners, and it's easy to see why. Of course it deserves to be said outright that it's really enjoyable seeing them absolutely shred their foes, so it already has a lot of appeal right out of the gate, but just like the Apache, the save up is extremely safe and pays off well when you finally get your tier 5. Although unlike the Apache, the druids have access to substantially more powerful synergies, a la Oben, who is Oben, but anything that debuffs your enemies and anything that directly buffs the damage of the Avatar of Wrath is immensely valuable. And I think it's really fun. So I'm gonna go ahead and place it into the A tier. Literally, the only reason it isn't an S is because its previously described lack of build diversity with other druids. Like, if the ninjas are in the A tier, I don't feel like this thing could ever be considered for S, but other than that, I love this angry little dude. Hey, would you look at that? It's the Mermonkey, the most recent tower as of writing this video. At least until I had to delay this video because Ninja Kiwi are bastards, but I digress. So I'm going to start this off with a bit of a preamble. After being burned out with the release of the Beast Handler being a bit of a mess, which I'll elaborate on later, I wasn't particularly looking forward to the release of the Mermonkey. On top of my general anxiety about it being an overloaded tower, which frankly wasn't unreasonable due to the game really embracing complexity creep for a brief period, the concept just wasn't particularly exciting to me. So I was pleasantly surprised when that changed. Very, very quickly, actually. It's in my top 5 favorite towers overall now, with one of the paths being one of my absolute favorites, period. But with that out of the way, let's get started with the top path. Well, actually, real quick, I'm gonna take this as an opportunity to elaborate on that previously mentioned complexity creep, as well as power creep overall. So, if you look at all the upgrades added post-release, barring the Sentry Champion, and I guess if you want to be extremely technical, the Prince of Darkness, every tier 5 added to the game post-launch has costed at least 45 grand, with most of them averaging around 70 to 80 grand. Hell, a fair few of them exceed the 6-digit mark, which makes them almost completely impractical in almost every game mode, outside of a few exceptions that are good enough to be used in boss events or hyper free-play games, which kind of makes sense for the same reason that power creep in any video game makes sense. It's easy to get into the mindset that the new thing has to be bigger and better or else it's just gonna be a disappointment. I mean, hell, I'm not even excused from this. Look at the video. But, of course, that methodology has a lot of flaws that I think the Mortar, Engineer, and Dartling mostly avoided, but unfortunately I think the Beast Handler can be seen as the culmination of those flaws. Which is why I am immensely glad to announce that the Mermonkey fulfills an identity that I think most new towers should strive for. They add to your defense. Notably, they are not the defense. You're able to afford them in most game modes without farming, and you're able to slot them into your favorite strategies with pre-existing towers. Beyond being simple to understand, they build upon synergies while opening up entirely brand new and exciting options. And I think the more you play the game, the more you tend to appreciate those towers. And starting with the top path, for real this time, the Abyss Dweller has a relatively unique attack pattern in that it has 8 tentacles that surround it that all do pretty considerable damage, but every attack has to recharge before using it again. I'm sure that at first glance looks like yet another haha, put this in the circle tower. You know, the towers that'll get a minor buff and a YouTuber will load up fucking balanced chimps and be like, whoa! Look at how crazy good this thing is! This changes everything! And, like, the thumbnail will have 80 fucking red arrows and be like, did Ninja Kiwi buff this thing too much? No, Ninja Kiwi did not go too far in ensuring that a tower can perform well on a map that is specifically curated for them. But I digress. Despite looking like a very standard tower at first glance, I don't think that's necessarily true, as there's a few reasons why I believe it feels unique compared to other similar towers. Firstly, I think the periodical, high-powered melee attacks have a fun and unique flavor to them. Secondly, it has amazing synergy with the bottom path Mermonkey, which I'm excited to talk about. But thirdly is, unlike most other similar towers, this is more of a support option than a dedicated carry. Every tower around the Abyss Dweller gains an extra 10% pierce, which is a surprisingly unique quality. In most cases, it's strictly worse than numerical pierce buffs because the towers that benefit the most from pierce tend to have extremely low pierce, and the towers that have absurdly high pierce don't really need any additional pierce. But the former is worth noting in particular because if a tower has, for example, 2 pierce, giving an additional 0.2 is simply not worthwhile. However, there are plenty of towers with pierce within the low double digits that massively benefit from the percentage-based buffs, which I think is kinda neat, and I'm happy to see those towers receive some love. I believe that the only other source of scaling pierce in the game is through Striker Jones, and honestly, using an entire hero slot just for that buff alone isn't worth it at all outside of a few niche strategies. However, a relatively cheap tower like the Abyss Dweller can definitely be viable for that. Especially considering that the upgrades further into the path boost that pierce buff even further. And speaking of which, the Abyssal Warrior increases the pierce buff from 10% to 20%, which is actually a fairly considerable buff for a lot of towers. And of course its attacks are heavily buffed, and its attacks can slow down Bloons and low tier blimps for 10 seconds. That is a ton of utility for a relatively cheap tier 4 to have, while simultaneously doing fairly well on its own. But if you want to upgrade it even further, you then have the Lord of the Abyss. Of course, the attacks are significantly stronger, but the Pierce buff is boosted to a monstrous 40%, which is so valuable that even lower Pierce towers can benefit immensely from it. And it also has the incredibly niche but awesome ability to act as a water source, which enables so many strategies on so many maps that were never before possible. Carrier flagship on Monkey Meadow chimps isn't a meme, it's actually possible now, and potentially quite good even. And this is probably a good time to mention that the Mermonkey is the first fully dedicated amphibious tower, which also provides amazing synergy to other Mermonkeys due to them being more powerful in the water. And, dude, I love this. I love everything about it. Like I was saying earlier, when you break it down, everything about the tower is simple to understand. But it has so much unique flavor and enables so many fun and unique strategies that I think it's an incredible addition to the game. I initially placed it into the A tier because I was somewhat worried that recency bias may be affecting my judgment, but now that the tower has been out for long enough that's not even the most recent monkey, I'm gonna go ahead and elevate it up to the S tier. If you haven't used it already, I would sincerely recommend it. Poseidon, on the other hand, is probably the most standard edition, as it's an extremely capable hyper buff target that's extremely expensive, and tries to promote building your entire strategy around it. I kinda like it. It's fun, I guess. As always, there's a lot of fun to be had by watching a tower just destroy everything in extreme late game scenarios, but to be totally fair, unlike most other towers I've judged for that exact quality, I am happy to report that Poseidon was designed in such a way where it's legitimately good in late game scenarios, while simultaneously not being a massive pain in the ass to set up. There is a problem though. There's a reason why I skipped all the way to Poseidon and didn't mention the tier 3 and tier 4. I think the towers suck. I do like their firing arc. A T-shaped projectile is something we've never seen before, which makes it one of the most unique towers in regards to positioning and optimizing its placement. But besides that, it's yet another tower cursed to have a fairly expensive tier 3 and tier 4 that aren't great on their own, with a tier 5 that's way too expensive to realistically afford in most games. And even with my thinking cap on, brother, it's a tower named Poseidon, look at him go. Admittedly, I'm not the primary demographic for this type of tower, so I'm ultimately going to place it in the B tier. But please do not let me detract from your dreams. If this is appealing to you, I totally understand. And I will support you every step of the way. Honestly, I'm glad it exists. It's just not for me. And for the bottom path, starting with the Alluring Melody, this thing has a unique stalling tactic of integrating big spin into its kit instead of just being a stun or a slow or a blowback, and I really like it. Firstly, because it also synergizes incredibly well with those effects, but also because it's a stalling tower that really enables specific strategies. Now, granted, the Alluring Melody can only catch basic balloons, so we're going to go ahead and transition into the Symphonic Resonance for this point, as that can capture significantly more balloons as well as lower tier blimps. But for an example of a tower that synergizes with this extremely well, take the Lord of the Abyss. Do you know what's an easy way to maximize its radial damage output? Spin. Do you know what's an easy way to maximize the damage of a Tack Shooter? Spin. And the same thing could be said with mortars, or boomerangs, or really any tower with AoE attacks that benefit from pierce and positioning. So this unique stalling tactic in of itself would enable so many towers on so many maps. But technically up to this point, I haven't mentioned anything that couldn't be done with another stalling tower. But there is another synergy that makes this even more fun to experiment with. This thing can detonate damage over time effects, which is so goddamn fun, and is something I never knew the game needed, but am now completely in love with. I've stated this already, but damage over time effects scale really well with stall, so this being an efficient 2-in-1 package has resulted in this thing rapidly becoming one of my most used stalling towers, considering how many synergies and compositions it can enable. But to transition to the final harmonic, just like the Lord of the Abyss before it, all the path's previous effects are upgraded, but it gains access to even more new and powerful abilities. Firstly, the melody is no longer constrained by range and can be placed anywhere on the map. Secondly, the hypnotic aura can now affect BFBs and ZOMGs. Thirdly, the damage over time has increased from a tier force cap of 500, all the way to 10 goddamn thousand, which also applies to bads, which actually melts them. Fourthly, all magic monkeys within range get an extra +3 pierce, which is a stupid amount of pierce to give towers, and I'd imagine scales it even further into absurdity with the Lord of the Abyss, which, as I've already stated, synergizes with this path incredibly well already. But fifthly, this also enhances nearby heroes with 15% extra range and 15% reduced ability cooldowns. Do you know how many strategies this tower enables? Seriously, since this thing came out, I've tested so many compositions, and it's almost always an incredible tower. You have some particularly notable strategies like Glaive Lord, Bloon Solver, and Lord of the Abyss, but there's also the Inferno Ring, the Super Brittle, the Pop and Daw, Bloon Incineration, Wizard Lord Phoenix, Master Bomber, Avatar of Wrath, Total Transformation. You know, just to name a few. And of course, all of those have strategies that can be further boosted, like Shinobi or Pop Lust Spam. And that's also ignoring the buffs to heroes, which also have further synergies available, like the 2 water-based heroes, which are especially effective since the Energizer can also boost them up even further, and do you see what I mean? I love new additions like these. It's a new tower that enables so many strategies, so many compositions, and one that I can constantly think about putting into my defense. But it's not complicated. You don't have to look at the wiki to understand it. It's not complex for the sake of being complex. Even new players can look at it and almost immediately understand what it does, how it works, and can start to think about how it'd be viable in their favorite strategies. Again, I was kind of worried about recency bias affecting my decision, but by this point several months have passed and I still feel the same way about the tower, so it's going into the S+ tier. Although I'm incredibly biased towards the Comanche Commander, and that will always be my favorite tower, I honestly think this may be the best designed tower they've ever made. And I really hope that Ninja Kiwi makes more towers like this in the future, because I think it proves that there are so many interesting designs and concepts that haven't been fully explored yet. I don't want to be hyperbolic and say that this changes everything, but it's definitely made me so much more optimistic for the future of this game. Oh, fuck. I have to talk about the Sun Temple now. Alright, to procrastinate that a little bit further though, the Sun Avatar. This might be the most neutral I've ever felt about a tower that I consistently try to make work, and there's one reason why. It is the most expensive tier 3 in the game, and as a chronic discount village enthusiast, I consistently bait myself into buying it as mathematically, the Sun Avatar is the only tier 3 that's expensive enough that buying a discount village is a net gain just for that one tower. So it feels like a steal. Then I see it in action and it's fine. It does scale well with buffs and debuffs, and when given enough support, it can absolutely melt some of the hardest rounds. But as a base tower, it's not bad. I don't think it's great either. I have no strong feelings towards it one way or the other. Anyways, the Sun Temple is an upgrade that absorbs all towers nearby to grant the temple buffs based on the category of towers that were sacrificed. And they're really well done. Primary sacrifices grant extra pierce, attack speed, damage, and 2 new attacks. Military sacrifices grant extra projectile size, speed, pierce, a new attack, and 2 golden specters. Magic sacrifices grants the ability to distract balloons with its main attack while gaining 2 new attacks, all the while spawning many sun avatars onto the battlefield. Then support sacrifices grants additional damage, attack speed, pierce, and range for all nearby towers, as well as 5,000 cash at the end of every round, a 20% discount to all towers and upgrades within range, and 50% additional cash from all balloons popped within its radius. However, the Sun Temple can only benefit from 3 out of the 4 categories, so if you're massing them up, you'll really enjoy a 1110, which for context is a primary military magic temple. But whenever possible, you should try to get a temple with support sacrifices too, and which of the 2 categories you'll want other than support is widely subjective, but I'm a big fan of skipping out on primary for a 0111. Although, honestly, support is so comically overpowered for its price point that I'll almost always go for it, even going as far as to deploy what the community has dubbed the support temple, a temple with only support sacrifices, just for its sheer economic value. But of course the Sun Temple is just a tier 4, so as you may have expected, the tier 5 true Sun God is just an even more powerful version of the Sun Temple that also demands sacrifices, but can now gain the effects of all 4 categories while gaining even more buffs. So if the Sun Temple is a late game option, the true Sun God is a hyper late game option with a base price of over $500,000, and with each sacrifice scaling up to $50,000 per category, that is another $350,000. So adding it all together, it's basically $1 million. Yeah, you're going to be killing everything for a while with this. Then, of course, you have the Vengeful True Sun God, which I've been displaying on screen for a while now, which is an even more powerful version of the True Sun God that you can only get if you maximize every category sacrificed, and also have both other tier 5 Super Monkeys on screen, which is yet another 400,000 or so, which gains access to several buffs, and also, okay, look, honestly, they're really cool. Every player has to get a VTSG at some point in their life, but I need to say something here. In boss events, the events in which I primarily experience late game comps, at least for me, Paragons have completely undermined their existence. Not only are they way easier to get, but their power ceiling is even higher. And you also get to skip out on slowing the game down to a crawl and turning your PC into an air fryer. Or alternatively, your phone into a grenade. Or alternatively, if you're a fucking psychopath who plays on consoles, I hope for your sanity that it also just transforms the console into a grenade too. So this is primarily a tower for extreme free play, and during the occasional boss event in which Paragons are disabled. And it's pretty cool. I like it. But I don't get much use out of it anymore, and between this and Paragons, I'm always going to have more fun with the Paragons. So just like the special operations, I think it's realistically a B tier, but because I want to see it buffed or adjusted in some way, because besides patch 45 in which it did receive some sweeping changes, it's pretty much been the same tower for nearly 7 years now, so I'm gonna go ahead and put in C tier for the time being. Once again, before talking about the anti-balloon, I do want to highlight its tier 3 and tier 4 upgrades real quick. I think Monkey is one of the most fun tier 3 spam options available, and the reason why is extremely simple. Discount villages. I know I mentioned this during the Sun Avatar segment, but to explain their strength in more depth, a 20 to 30% discount on all upgrades up to tier 3 really may not sound like much, especially when you begin to math it out and realize how much you have to spend on already fairly cheap upgrades. It's admittedly not worth it in most strategies with immense diminishing returns per discount village. But when you're getting multiple tier 3 towers and those upgrades cost a few to several $1,000s each, yeah, they'll begin to pay for themselves extremely quickly. And as it turns out in a game mode with inherently limited income, maximizing the value of that income by being able to purchase more upgrades than what would otherwise be possible is pretty damn good. Although I already brought up how meh I am with the Sun Avatar's performance, I do believe the other two Super Monkeys perform incredibly well by comparison. They're especially incredible with Geraldo since you can get even more value with your inherently limited spacing, which is something that the Super Monkey usually struggles with, and with some handy buffs and debuffs, these things will shred through even the most difficult maps in the game. I know it's very cheesy, but I would 100% recommend this strategy if you want to clear maps with as little risk as possible, as it's a consistent strategy that never really falls off. It's fairly one-dimensional, I'll concede, but I do enjoy it. The Tech Terror, on the other hand... okay, look, I really like it, but something about it doesn't mesh with me. Is it good? That'd be underselling it. It's nothing short of incredible. Does it completely obliterate some of the hardest rounds in the game? Definitely. Does it have good cross-path interactions? I'd argue some of the best in the game. Is it a great upgrade thematically? I'd say so. So, do I like the tower? Yeah, it's great. Honestly though, for some reason, the middle path Super Monkey doesn't really register as the middle path to me. Probably because the Super Monkey is the only tower in the game with two paths that feature activatable abilities, and the bottom path is the only tower where the ability is unlocked in its tier 3 upgrade instead of its tier 4. Okay, I guess there's two of them now, but still. And I may just be crazy, but compare the attacks. The Tech Terrors look substantially more powerful, right? And don't even get me started on the anti-balloon. This thing looks like its attack should just be pumping damage compared to the bottom path, but that's not true at all. Most of its power budget is allocated within its ability. I don't know. This is all tangential and isn't a knock on the tower, just some observations on my end. Probably incorrect observations, but if I'm not allowed to go on unnecessary rants and bring up pointless bullshit on my own channel, then what's the point of even uploading? But to actually render judgment on it, it's immensely enjoyable. It certainly helps that the Tech Terror is one of the most cost-effective upgrades in the entire game, and as I alluded to earlier, being able to instantly delete rounds for such a low price is incredibly good and always immensely satisfying. So overall, I do really like the tower. Granted, I almost never use the anti-balloon much due to its price, but the Tech Terror is one of the very few tier 4s that can realistically save up to its expensive tier 5 with minimal support, so I don't even think that's much of a negative. So besides my admittedly bizarre disconnect, I love almost everything about this tower. It's going to fall ever so slightly short of S tier for me due to rarely experimenting with a tier 5, but that's a personal contrivance and not really a fault of the tower itself. It could realistically make its way up there someday. But for now, A for anti-balloon. Okay, so I'm going to be honest, thematically I love the Dark Champion and the Legend of the Knight. However, I think their gameplay fails to recognize the potential that the tower really wants to embrace. It's not completely accurate to say that it has global range, as it does require active micromanagement, but that feeling of relentlessness you feel when you're chasing down your targets by shifting through the fabric of reality is something that feels completely unique to the tower, even compared to towers that literally chase down their targets like the Monkey Heli. And similarly to the Archmage, Although it is incredibly flexible, since it doesn't have global range, much more of the power budget can be allocated into its damage output. But my biggest complaint with the tower is that you don't really get to lean into that hyper-aggression. For example, let's say that you're nearing the end of your run, and your Dark Champion almost solos an entire wave on their own, but before any balloons could potentially leak, you quickly teleport to the other side of the map to finish off the wave. That feels great. But after they finish off the wave, they're kind of just stuck there waiting for their cooldown to finish in order to dark shift back to an optimal location. But with a 20-second cooldown, the next wave is likely going to be incoming, so you're not going to be able to comfortably dark shift to the front lines, and are instead going to want to dark shift somewhere closer to the middle of the track so that it's not in a suboptimal position with another cooldown. And if that's the case, it's fairly probable that you lost out on a ton of damage, which means that you're probably going to have to dark shift even further into the track to defeat the current wave. And by then you've entered this bizarrely claustrophobic death spiral that's difficult to escape since this thing is so expensive that it's imperative to your run success. So overall, for a tower that feels like it encourages lots of mobility and repositioning, the ability timing feels fairly strict and you don't really get to lean into that hyper-aggressive playstyle. Especially so if you're going for the optimal 204 cross path, where your range is so pathetic that, yeah, it's incredibly likely you're going to enter that death spiral. Now, of course this is where you're probably thinking, yeah, that's why you have cleanup, idiot. Which is true. Proper stall also helps a lot. But not only is the Dark Champion so expensive that affording it and proper cleanup can be difficult, but it doesn't really address the problem that dark shifting can feel incredibly bad. I think if the cooldown was actually cut in half, or there was a way to store multiple charges, I would probably use the tower a whole lot more. But currently, although I do try to use it a lot, I've never really been impressed with this thing. Like, if one of the main appeals is to have an extremely powerful tower with potentially global output, you have to be able to contend against the towers that have 100% uptime without compromise, and in its current state, I just don't think it does. But before finishing this segment, I should also mention that the Legend of the Knight has one of the most powerful passive abilities available. But as pedantic as this is going to sound, I don't ever feel like his cool cheat death mechanic is tied to a thematically powerful tower. It kinda just feels like I'm buying the cheat death mechanic outright. Like, I can't say that the Legend of the Knight is bad, because it's still ultimately a super monkey that costs nearly $250,000 in total, so yeah, it's going to do a lot of damage. But for the second most expensive upgrade in the game, I can't help but think it feels somewhat underpowered. And I know I'm not alone on this because while scripting this, Ninja Kiwi implemented what might be the single most substantial price buff a tower has ever received. Yet, I still get the interpretation that the tier 5 is overpriced to accommodate for this one passive alone, which is totally fair, it is incredibly powerful. But I think it's also worth asking the rhetorical question of, if this thing became an incredible damage dealer for its price, would that really matter? I legitimately don't think it does. The playstyles and enables are entirely devoid from the tower itself. It's basically just there for moral support, if anything, and if all I'm buying it for is its passive, then I can't really feel all that attached to the tower if it's deliberately undertuned to compensate for it. So this is one of the harder towers to rank because in terms of identity and flavor, I do really like it. But I feel like it needs some changes to embrace the gameplay that I believe the tower wants to encourage. So despite trying to make it work all the time, I'm gonna have to give it a solid C tier with the addendum that I could easily see this jumping up to an A with a single patch. But again, just like so many other towers, it just isn't doing anything for me right now. I'll be honest here, I don't know how I'm supposed to rank the banana farms. Look, there are exhaustingly extensive videos talking about the most effective BTD6 farming strategies available. I mean, shit, the most popular one is even sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, which is how you know it's a legitimate guide to make money. But I don't feel like there's anything I could really add here. I mean, all three of them are good. I'd struggle to rank them against each other, and honestly, it's difficult to rank them at all, so... B for Banana Farm. Spiked Mines? My beloved. Super Mines? Good luck affording that in a standard map, but I guess out of all of the uber expensive tier 5s a la Flying Fortress, Ray of Doom, Giganotosaurus, Legend of Night, and so on, it's definitely my favorite option. It's basically an auto-win because it'll completely annihilate anything and everything that approaches it, and honestly it punches far above its weight class. Since Spike Factories effectively pre-fire all their attacks, you're usually going to have a massive stockpile of death awaiting any Bloon unfortunate enough to approach it. And with a base mine lifespan of 50 seconds, it's not totally inaccurate to say that it can instantly deal 50 seconds worth of damage, which is really stupid, but really powerful. Honestly, it's comparable to lower tier Paragons. And this is another one of those towers where I felt like I may have been alone in thinking that for the longest time. But then I started to look at lowest tier boss events and free play runs where the Super Mines is a featured staple, and yeah, I feel a little bit more validated now. Also, the Spike Paragon kind of just appeared out of nowhere while writing this, and holy shit. I said earlier that the Crucible of Steel and Flame is my favorite Paragon, but I feel like this is directly tied for that title. It is so goddamn cool. But back to the Spiked Mines, it's easily one of my most used towers. I never disliked it, but I wasn't the biggest fan of it for the longest time. But after my 100% journey, I am now completely devoted to it. Seriously, the amount of damage this thing can tank is staggering, and every time I bust it out with friends who aren't as experienced with it, they are consistently shocked by its performance. At this point, it's almost a rite of passage where I'll throw one in at the end of a track with an Alchemist. Bloons will attempt to infiltrate the minefield before failing spectacularly. My friend will promptly suffer from a heart attack before breathing a sigh of relief and muttering, "Wowzer, that was a close one." But knowing the true power of the Spiked Mines, it was never even close. It wasn't even a fucking competition. And usually that will repeat another 3 or 4 times before they inevitably concede that the Spiked Mines is the GOAT, and every time I feel immensely validated. I've said this already, but security and safety is always appreciated in chimps. A game mode where it's incredibly easy to lose almost instantly, and seeing this thing on standby in any given run feels like a warm blanket being draped over me on a cold winter night. And I think the Spiked Mines is easily one of the most cost-effective ways to get that warm and fuzzy feeling. You can get an immense amount of mileage out of it, and even if you end a run without it contributing much, you won't feel too bad about it due to its fairly low cost. Something else I really like about it, though, is that it also synergizes incredibly well with other cleanup towers for security for your security. And I know that sounds fucking stupid, but as much as I do love my permaspike, if there is one thing that I dislike about it the most, it's when something eventually eats into the spike pile of death. That warm feeling of safety can quickly transform into an anxiety-inducing state of paranoia. That isn't to say that a full permaspike pile won't tank a ton of punishment, and that those anxieties are always rational. But despite being a path dedicated to fortifying your backline defenses, since it's a decently expensive upgrade that isn't actively contributing to the front line, it can ironically make you feel very vulnerable. So why don't you try to subdue those fears with another spike pile? Especially when you consider just how much ceramics can eat into permaspike piles. The ability to consistently remove them and negate their potential damage, while ensuring that the truly disastrous leaks will be fully accounted for, is a legitimately great synergy. But overall, I love my spiked mines. I also really love super mines, but I have a feeling that the tier 4 will be a staple of my runs for many years to come. S tier. The permaspike, however, it's still really good. I enjoy it a lot, but honestly, it's anxiety-inducing in the same way that you can experience severe anxiety even if everything in your life is going well. When you're actively taking precautions for your safety and well-being, the thought of that potentially being taken away from you can really leave you on edge and can result in you making unhealthy decisions to try and prevent that. Which in turn can sometimes lead to you making even unhealthier decisions to relieve the stress caused by it in the first place. Is this extremely fucking dramatic for a multi-hour long video ranking BTD6 monkeys? Yeah. But I hope you can see the point that I'm trying to get at. And honestly, it doesn't particularly help that the most popular and efficient way to remedy that anxiety is to embrace an incredibly unfun, literally AFK playstyle. But I do still love it. Don't get me wrong, I have my complaints, it's not a perfect tower, but it has still been used in a lot of this footage for a reason. It's incredibly good, and I like it a lot. So I think it deserves a commendable A tier. Moving on to the Carpet of Spikes. It's a really bizarre tower, but one that I absolutely adore. Since the middle path is entirely defined by its monstrous anti-blimp damage, this leads to an aversion to the default Spike Factory strategy of keeping them close to the exit to soak up any potential leaks, to deploying them much closer to the front lines to maximize their damage against tankier targets. Which is further reinforced by the Spike Storm, which sprays a bunch of spikes all over the track. Which at first glance you'd probably believe is supposed to be an oh shit button to prevent leaks. But since it indiscriminately fires spikes across the entire map, especially due to its specialized damage profile, it's more of a burst cooldown than anything. And this actually works. Surprisingly well. Especially since blimps have much larger hitboxes and the spikes are ill-equipped to deal with the balloons that spawn from them. This results in massive damage being inflicted to blimps all across the screen, to the point that it's one of the best ways to deal with the bad on round 100. And this bizarre playstyle version is further reinforced by the Carpet of Spikes, which just completely fills the track with death that will utterly annihilate blimps. But as a trade-off, the ceramic balloons that spawn from them will eat up a considerable amount of spikes before the falling blimps would reach them. And that's an oddly enjoyable prospect for a tower. It is incredibly satisfying to watch it go brrrr. But I find that it's also a really great tower to strategize and build around, as it can be your late game finisher to win the game, or it could be an incredible combo for something that deals with balloons well but struggles against blimps, a la Spirit of the Forest for example, or it can just be an incredibly solid DPS option for the late game and anything in between. And by this point in the video, I have a feeling you know how I feel about these extremely versatile towers. And also how I feel about towers that indiscriminately fire an excessive amount of projectiles in every direction. I have seen people who haven't used it much since it's such an unorthodox playstyle for the tower, but I believe it was implemented incredibly well, and I absolutely adore it. So it's going to join the top path in the S tier. I really love a top path monkey village. Firstly, even a 2-0-0 village is absurdly cost efficient. A static 18% attack speed buff is insanely powerful, and once you get into dedicated chimps runs, you'll more often than not want to place most of your vital monkeys in range of a monkey village for the attack speed buff alone. Never mind all the other buffs that it can provide. Then, of course, you have the upgrades after that, which only have one job, but do that job incredibly well. The ability to buff an entire category of towers by a potentially ludicrous degree, specifically the primary category. If you're going for a strategy that heavily revolves around any tier 5 primary monkey, and especially if you're going for a strategy that involves multiple tier 5s or even tier 4s, you should almost always be getting at least a 300 village. However, I say at least a 300 because the more upgrades you purchase for it, the more niche the buffs become. Specifically, the primary training comes with plus 1 pierce, plus 10% range, and plus 25% projectile speed. The primary mentoring gives free tier 1 upgrades, an additional plus 5 range, then 15% ability cooldown reduction. Then finally, the primary expertise gives free tier 1 and tier 2 upgrades, an additional plus 2 pierce, and a further 10% reduction to ability cooldowns. And since every upgrade is significantly more expensive than the one before it, I find that how many upgrades you want to purchase for it can vary dramatically depending on the strategy. Which is totally fine. The fact that it can define a huge variety of strategies is really neat. For example, if you have 1 or 2 decently expensive primary monkeys deployed, you should almost always have a tier 3. If you have a middle path primary monkey with an ability you'd like to maximize, a tier 4 is almost always worth it. If you want to go for a dedicated spam strategy, or if the extra ability cooldown can be critical, a tier 5 is really fun to mess around with. Granted, I do wish that the primary expertise gave a slightly better buff that applies to more towers. The CDR is nice, but ability cooldowns are entirely worthless for 2/3 of all primary monkeys, and it's debatable how much of that roster really appreciates it anyways. Never mind the fact that it's nearly 30k. Free tier 2 upgrades only matter for dedicated spam strategies, which for most towers leaves only the plus 2 pierce buff, which... I mean, for 27k? I don't think it's controversial to suggest that it should probably outperform a $200 item from Geraldo. I'm not suggesting it needs to become a golden village and make your primary monkeys so OP that Bloons tubers would have clickbait material for months, but something like an additional plus 1 or plus 2 damage, or even some extra attack speed would be nice. I feel like if you have 2 decent primary tier 5s on the field, you should at least consider the expertise, but it's just not really worth it in most scenarios. But just like the Energizer, its use cases are strong enough that you should always keep it in mind while building up your defense, and I really like the silly strategies it can enable. So I'm gonna go ahead and place it into the B tier. Before talking about the Homeland defense, it's worth talking about the MIB and Call to Arms. The Monkey Intelligence Burrow is an upgrade that allows all nearby monkeys to pop all balloon types. And when you consider that the previous upgrade to this gives all nearby monkeys camo detection, you more or less get rid of every single immunity and check in the game, which is extremely valuable. It's not always the best option to deal with late game immunities, nor is it even a strictly good option if your composition already deals with everything well enough. But usually you're going to want to place all of your monkeys near a village anyways, so it can be a fantastic late game option that can enable an immense amount of strategies all on its own. Then the Call to Arms gives every monkey on screen 50% additional attack speed and pierce for short duration. And this might be the only tower in the game where direct buff made me like a tower less. And not in the same sense as the Ultra Juggernaut or Golden Justice, where range can potentially gimp the tower, or Spirit of the Forest becoming more support and income oriented, but because I wish it was buffed differently. How it used to work is that the Call to Arms would only affect every monkey within its radius, with the Homeland defense gaining that global element. But now both the Tier 4 and Tier 5 are global, and I feel like that both undermines one of the main selling points for the Tier 5, but I also think it makes the Tier 4 much less interesting to use as well. The reasons they cited for the change do completely clash with what I just said though, so I am totally willing to admit that I may be on the wrong side of history. Personally though, I would have preferred it if they went for a substantial range increase to the village, which would simultaneously address the previously listed issues, all the while potentially affecting more towers with the passive bonuses, a la jungle drums, radar scanner, MIB, and so on. I mean, hell, it's the one monkey village path that doesn't gain any additional range. Like in ultra late game runs where the call to arms and homeland defense are indisputably at its best, the primary expertise and monkey cities are the best way to spread jungle drums to as many targets as possible, which I feel like shouldn't be the case for a global tower. I mean, hell, do you know what would also be a really cool avenue to explore? What if the call to arms and/or homeland defense gave its passive buffs to all monkeys on screen during the ability's duration? I think that'd be really neat and could enable some more unique strategies, all the while being an incredibly convenient buff for its primary niche. I don't know, I'm not against the CDA being global, but I do wish other buffs were potentially explored. But I digress. Moving on to the homeland defense, it's obviously incredible for late game runs, but it runs into the problem of only being useful in late game runs as it's just not a cost-effective upgrade. But you know what? It's totally fine. I mean, yeah, sure, in chimps it's not great. Altogether, this thing is going to cost nearly half of your run's income, which means that it's only really going to come online during the mid to late 90s, in which the money would be spent better on pretty much any decently expensive tier 5. But by definition, it's only going to get stronger and stronger the better your defense is. Yeah, it isn't cost effective if you're only buffing up a few tier 4s and maybe a low cost tier 5, but if it's buffing up an entire screen worth of bullshit, it suddenly warps into being quite possibly the most cost-effective upgrade in the entire game. So just like the Chinook, although I don't usually get a whole lot of value out of it, I'm really glad it's in the game. If it suddenly disappeared tomorrow, you'd definitely feel its absence. So although in 99% of games it's probably a C tier for me, the 1% of games where it's easily the greatest to ever do it, easily raises it up to a B tier for me. The bottom path village for chimps is, not exceptional. That being said, the first two upgrades, if you're able to safely place down a 002 village during the early game, the value provided by it can genuinely snowball your run and allow you to reach levels of greed the Bible warns you about. In a game mode where you can't earn any income at all, the next best thing you can do is save money, and because of that, the deeper into the chimp's rabbit hole you go, the more you'll learn to love the discount village. Although you do have to keep in mind that it only discounts base monkeys and upgrades up to tier 3, so you shouldn't always bust them out. This is especially relevant on easier maps, where you can save into expensive tier 5s much easier, where depending on your strategy, you may not even get a return on your initial investment. Mathematically, you have to spend quite a lot in order for it to be a net positive, and realistically it does need to provide more value than it's worth since it delays you potentially important upgrades, especially if you're going for double or god forbid triple discounts due to diminishing returns, but if you know how to properly implement them into your defense, they will quickly become invaluable assets. Logging off of chimps though, every other upgrade in the path is also really good. Both the Monkey Village and Monkey City are fantastic at boosting the income of everything within its range, so if you're already placing most of your defense within it anyway, there is very little reason why you shouldn't upgrade a bottom path village further. It'll earn itself back exceptionally quickly, and will only proceed to multiply its value over the course of the game. It's actually immensely underrated as a value generator on harder mode, since it scales proportionately to how many balloons you're popping, while simultaneously making your early game substantially easier. Even on harder maps, I don't really like going for dedicated farming strategies, but to secure easy wins, I find that just getting a 004 early is the easiest way to steamroll the late game with minimal effort. So it's been a mainstay tower for me for that exact reason. Also, keep in mind with the ability to sell towers, the amount you need to spend to break even with a discount village is substantially lower, to the point that it's actually mathematically viable to buy discount villages for your discount village, just to sell them upon obtaining your tier 3 discount village. What a meme. Monkeyopolis, on the other hand, is much more specific, as it has the niche yet absurd benefit of absorbing all nearby banana farms and producing income based on their value. And if you maximize it, this thing can easily generate tens of thousands of dollars every single round, which is unparalleled as a strategy to generate as much profit as possible. And while I've complained about other upgrades being extremely space inefficient or requiring a lot of map presence, this is one of the only upgrades that saves you space. And seeing as it can theoretically save you upwards of 50 to 90% of the available space on a map, that's pretty fucking good. That being said, barring Miniopolis strategies, it is also totally unnecessary and suboptimal if you don't intend on farming hard, because there is no map in the game that demands you have $2 million. Even the extremely difficult maps like Ravine or Bloody Puddles are complete jokes with a slight investment into generating income, as the early game is substantially easier with monkey knowledge. You can skip past the usually strict and difficult mid-game with any decent global tier 4 or tier 5, and by the late game you should just annihilate everything with towers that you should never be able to afford. But even still, it's one of the only farming strategies that I would actually consider to be fun. It's not the most efficient method to rush, but whenever I plan on going into extreme late game scenarios, I immediately plan out making the biggest Monkeyopolis possible, and I really enjoy doing that. There is something genuinely cathartic about purchasing this upgrade. But when you consider just how much use I get out of all the other upgrades in the path, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm gonna go ahead and place it into the S tier. The Sexpert and Sentry Champion are really good. I like them a lot. That being said, I need to be a bit pedantic here and say that I believe the targeting for sentries needs a slight rework. The sentry placements aren't quite random, as they are always placed near the track, but they are randomly placed within eligible locations, and I find that forcing sentries to be placed within a specific area is critical for the tower's success. Both because you want to maximize the damage that the sentries are able to do, but also because the champion sentries explode just before they expire, which can deal a ton of damage if placed correctly. Fortunately, it's exceptionally easy to force the engineer to place all their towers within a specific choke point, but to do that, you need to fill up the available areas where sentries can be placed, which is especially annoying in chimps since you can't sell towers, meaning that in order to fully optimize the tower, you want to fill the nearby area with utter nonsense, which isn't too egregious as it does synergize well with kill zone strategies, and it is a fairly cheap tier 5, but it's still extremely arbitrary for something that could honestly be a targeting option, especially considering that's something that both other paths have access to anyways. And to continue being pedantic before being relentlessly positive, I'm kind of sad that the Sentry Expert has such a cool identity for a tower that the tier 5 completely disregards. Having 4 sentries that each specialize in specific scenarios with unique attacks is really neat, and I think is an incredible concept for the tower. And throwing that away in favor of just pure plasma is fine, I guess. But I think it'd be infinitely cooler if all the sentries were further enhanced. I don't want to call for complete rework here, considering I do love the tower, but maybe it's worth considering? But besides that, overall, once it's online, it's a really fun tower. And I really like how much it can benefit from map layouts. It's fairly unique compared to most other upgrades, but I'd say that the closest comparison would be the Prince of Darkness, in that the tower really benefits from overlapping paths. Whether that be multiple paths converging or one sporadic path. And when the conditions align, it can absolutely blast. Additionally, I find that the Engineer is such a good early game tower that all the upgrades can easily build into each other. The RNG component to its placements and the different types of sentries the Sexpert can deploy means that it can definitely whiff. But if the map supports the tower, then you can consistently save up to the tier 5 in the 60s with minimal support, in which it'll do great throughout every stage of the game. Either as a standalone mid-game stepping stone that can still manage to hold its own in the late game, or an absolutely fucking absurd hypercarry, because this is one of the few towers that scales off of buffs exponentially, which is one of the most stupidly powerful qualities a tower can have. Like, look at this. How? It is unironically better than most paragons. It's insane. And as always, it benefits immensely from stall due to the legion of relatively low pure sentries, and the self-destruction passive on sentries that are about to time out do incredibly good AoE damage and is something that should always be considered when deploying the champion. So, yeah, as it turns out, if you combine all of my favorite qualities from all of my favorite towers into a technologically advanced warlord, I'm going to love it a lot. I mean, I drew a comparison to the Prince of Darkness earlier, but sub-towers have also consistently ranked very highly, and this is one of the best examples of them. Summoning a billion sentries is such a classic archetype in video games that I'm always a fan of. It's like playing a tower defense game outside of a tower defense game, and I mean, the Sentry Champion is it's in a tower defense. You get the idea. It's 100% a contender for the S+ tier in the future, and in early scripts I actually had it there so I could have a representative in all 4 monkey categories. But for now, I'm gonna have to place it at a very high S tier. I mean, assuming a best case scenario, there's a few things I'd love to see changed, but besides that, I really enjoy it. Okay, so I know people are going to judge me for this, but for the longest time, I legitimately never knew that the overclock's duration changed on the target's tier. But ever since I learned that, I've had a lot of fun experimenting with this tower. There are a few decently expensive tier 4s in the game, and giving them a permanent 67% attack speed buff can be incredibly powerful. The Dark Champion and T-Rex are some notable extremes, but even towers like the Apache Dartship, Spectre, and Bloon Area Denial System are among my personal favorites. And they're really fun to make work. But even if you're targeting tier 5, that's still 67% uptime on a 67% attack speed buff. That is really strong. Although there are loads of towers that don't benefit much from stat buffs, there are very few towers that don't benefit from attack speed buffs. It is one of the most universally good buffs you can give a tower. So a tower all about that is incredibly strong. Now, the Ultra Boost? I don't know if this is a hot take, but I'm not kidding when I say that it is my least favorite upgrade in the game by a rather extreme margin. Look, on paper, I love it. The ability to permanently buff a tower's attack speed, all while having 100% uptime on its previous buff, is insanely good. However, I despise using this thing because it is a staple in ultra late game runs, and min-maxing it is actually the fucking worst. Now they did buff it from a pathetic 3 charges per round up to a much better 10 per round, which is the difference between 10 maxed buff monkeys every 10 rounds compared to 3, which I initially thought would fix my problems with the tower, but in practice, it actually just made everything worse. Because now, on top of having to track what you buff, when you buffed it, and how many buffs every tower has, you are now expected to stall. Every single round. For minutes upon minutes upon minutes upon minutes. And granted, is this min-maxy? Yeah, of course. Is it necessary? Technically, no. But giving your entire defense 67% attack speed isn't the kind of buff you need to sit there and be like, I mean, I don't know if it's really worth it. No, of course you have to use it in late game runs. It is borderline mandatory. And the play pattern this encourages has almost single-handedly discouraged me from experimenting in high-end free play altogether. Because while there are other towers that I feel apathetic towards or disappointed in, I can just simply not use them. And honestly, I kind of like being able to bust out those towers. When there are times where the conditions align and I'm able to watch them go ballistic, I feel really happy about that. That does not apply to the Ultra Boost. It doesn't forgive that. There's no way to automate it, and to opt out of using it means that you have to accept that you're making your defense objectively worse. And the best way to use it is to not play the game. For hours. And I mean that literally. The amount of pre-planning required to use this thing's full potential is just fucking miserable, and I detest it. If this was only ranking the tier 4, it'd probably go in B tier, maybe even A. But I'm going to go as far as to say that the Ultra Boost would be the sole inhabitant of the F tier if it did exist, and for that, it's going into D tier. I'm not sorry. If you want to leave a comment saying this isn't fair, you are required to provide a full video of you buffing an entire map full of ninja monkeys and sun temples. Then, and only then, will you have the right to say anything about this decision. Until then, I fucking hate this thing, D tier. But finally, for the Engineer Monkey, double guns. I like it. There are some maps where it can just go crazy, and whenever I have the opportunity to use it, it's actually one of my favorite early game towers. Also, I don't think it's the preferred crosspath, but shout out to the 203 getting buffed so that its sentries also fire 2 projectiles. It's a simple change, but I like it a lot. And overall, I think it's an incredible, cheap, early game tower that does surprisingly well for itself. Oh, no, what's that? There's upgrades after double guns? Oh. Well, for what it's worth, the Bloon Trap is pretty fun to use. If you're min-maxing your income, one of the best farming strategies is to stack effects that generate extra income on pop, which warps the bottom path into this insane value machine that can generate literal hundreds of thousands of dollars, all the while destroying everything in the game that isn't a bad, provided you give it adequate stall. I think that's a really neat playstyle, and it doesn't require all that much commitment. It's purely supplemental, and if you're farming, you're likely going to have most of the pieces to enable this anyways. Which makes this an effective cornerstone that provides for your defense, all the while generating absurd income. It does require much more commitment and investment than most other similar farming strategies, but once you have it online, it is almost entirely passive, and I think it's a great tower. It reminds me a lot of its best friend, the Bottom Path Village, and I really like the Bottom Path Village, so I really like the Bottom Path Engineer. So this is definitely another tower that I initially placed in a rather apathetic C tier since it's terrible in chimps. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that it's actually one of my most used farming strategies. So for that, I think it deserves a solid B tier. Okay, so I'm gonna have to start this with a rant because, to be totally honest, for as good as Ninja Kiwi is at balancing the game, the Beast Handler might be the single biggest disappointment in the game's history, which does sting because besides maybe the Dartling Gunner, I'd say it was debatably the single tower that had the most hype behind its release. And honestly, for me personally, I have to point to the tier 5s for that. So I was initially going to bring up just how fucking worthless cross-pathing is for the tower and how that completely dismantles one of the best additions to the game. But after using the Beast Handler more and more, and honestly enjoying my time with it, I realized that as much as I wish that cross-pathing added literally anything of value to the tower, the main reason why I dislike it so much is because the tier 5s are completely impractical in almost every run, and are mostly terrible in their few limited applications. And for that, I need to talk about the Beast Handler's main gimmick. How effective the Beast Handler's beasts are quantified by its degree. And if you know proper degree breakpoints and how to effectively merge into them, the Beast Handler quickly becomes one of the most cost-effective towers in the game. For an easy example of this, as of writing this video, the Giant Condor starts off at degree 16, which allows it to grab up to 15 ceramics, 2 MLBs, 1 BFB, and 1 DDT. However, if you give the Giant Condor just one more degree, which is to say merging it with a basic, inexpensive tier 1 Gerfalcon, the Condor can then pick up 16 ceramics, 3 MLBs, 2 BFBs, and 2 DDTs. So that incredibly small investment literally doubles the amount of BFBs and DDTs it can effectively stall, and unsurprisingly, that ability makes it one of the best stalling towers available. And I really like using it. I think it's a great upgrade. That being said, that example really highlights two major issues with the tower though. Firstly is that memorizing degree breakpoints is fairly tedious. I sincerely doubt that most players are going to go through the effort of looking up the most optimal way to merge a fucking Velociraptor for its incredible ability to one-shot fortified ceramics. Especially considering just how much it can change on a patch-by-patch basis, when they could just use literally any other tower instead. And secondly, after obtaining the tier 4 upgrade, you either give it minimal support and degrees, or exclusively build into the tier 4. Why? Well, firstly is because of the previously mentioned breakpoints, but secondly is because holy fucking god the tier 5s are expensive. For example, the T-Rex. And yes, I am very much putting on my thinking cap here, but the T-Rex is actually quite good. It's a solid tier 4. But in order to get a Giganotosaurus, you need 4 T-Rexes, which is about $56,000, and again, I'm going to repeat as of writing this video because, frankly, I'm just not going to bother putting in this same level of testing if another patch goes live and changes the tower further, which I have no doubt already happened. I simply do not care to verify though, but $56,000 isn't an impossible save up by any means. Even for a relatively weak tower, that's more than doable with proper stepping stones, but considering that the Beast Handler does have the very nice quality of saving into itself while scaling throughout the game, it's actually fairly simple. The problem is that after spending $56,000 on your T-Rex, you can't buff it anymore until you spend another $65,000. This is an extremely difficult save up that is only feasible on the easiest maps. And hey, guess what? Even assuming you spend a combined total of 120 grand after a massive save up period, it's still possible for this thing to lose. It's not an instant run winner. You need to give it additional support. And I don't mean like, oh, if you bust this thing out on fucking Ravine, it won't be able to hit 3 entrances at once. That'd be, you know, ridiculous. I mean, even on maps like Logs or Resort, it's still possible for this thing to be overrun. And it's not like a mad situation where, you know, it's a hyper-specialized tower, so it makes sense that it needs support. This thing is supposed to be a generalized all-around tower, and I'm sorry, it is not unrealistic for me to ask that a tower that costs 120 grand should be able to realistically outperform a Prince of Darkness, which costs a quarter of its price. And what's better is that even once you purchase the upgrade, it still isn't even maxed out on degrees. In order to hit 132, you need to get 3 more goddamn T-Rexes for a combined total of $162,000 across 7 towers. Are you seeing the problem here? This is way too much commitment for one subpar tier 5. And although it is kind of neat and enables some kind of fun micro-strategies, I legitimately do not understand why the multiple beast handlers are even necessary. I sincerely believe that nothing would be lost if this thing had a Paragon-esque slider where you can directly affect the degree of the tower with money. I don't even think it'd be bad if it also had a similar tax so that it would always be optimal to merge. I just think this system is incredibly janky for flavor that I don't even think makes sense, honestly. Like, not only does the Megalodon have substantially more expensive tier 5s, but it also requires both water and land due to it being a water tower that requires a land tower to be within range, which is extremely janky. Even ignoring the fact that you can't even remedy this with range upgrades for some fucking stupid reason, I am nearly positive that Ninja Kiwi playtested this thing to be an amphibious tower because when placed over water via the middle path Ice Monkey, you can make the T-Rex do this. Also, this requires a ton of support in order to fully operate. Even the PMFC, which has been the benchmark for extremely dedicated tier 5 strategies in this video, is about half the price of a Giganotosaurus. Fuck, the 4 orcas required to even be able to buy the Megalodon cost more than the PMFC. Why? What are we doing here? What's the point? So this creates this really bizarre divide in the player base with 2 completely different camps. The players who, rather justifiably mind you, I think this is the way to enjoy the tower and I don't want to subtract from your joy, will see the massive tier 5s and go, wow, I want to use this, and will farm the entire game to see it go rampant. The players who will see an upgrade with a nearly 170 grand price total that still requires support in order to actually beat the game and go, haha, it's a Megalodon. Which, again, is valid. The game needs towers like these, and again, I feel like this is the ideal way to use it. But then you have the other camp that's calculating the costs of beast handlers at every update to figure out the perfect build order alongside discount villages to optimally achieve the degree in which beasts can one-shot specific targets. Before the developers inevitably decide it's time for the tower to receive its bi-monthly sweep of sweeping changes where the best way to use it is completely changed before the cycle repeats and I just don't really care. I sincerely wish that the tier 5s were better, because I do actually enjoy the tier 3s and tier 4s. As much as I adamantly dislike the current implementation of degrees being reliant on multiple beast handlers, I do love towers that get progressively stronger as you invest more and more resources into them, and I think the beast handlers are a perfect example of that. But the tier 5s are stuck in this proverbial limbo where they're too expensive and too inefficient in really every capacity to be valuable outside of the immediate novelty factor that quickly fades. So in order to compensate that, the tier 3s and tier 4s are just the best towers in the game with absurd amounts of meta knowledge. I just feel like these upgrades have no home, and I wish they did because, brother, it's a fucking Megalodon. I don't have to explain shit. Although some of you have probably noticed that I didn't bring up the Pookie. I love Pookie. He is totally exempt from all of this. I'll get into why later during its dedicated segment, but to get into the paths themselves, the top path is Fish. I don't really like the top path. I like that the path is a specialized giant killer, which is completely lore accurate to real life orcas, but the tier 5 for 200 grand is just remarkably... okay. It's the best example of that tier 5 that's kinda fun to mess around with in free play. It is cool and it's fun to watch it be a Megalodon, but outside of some niche boss events, it is severely lacking in every department. So, the tier 5 is borderline unusable. How do the tier 3 and tier 4 compare? They're really good. At least from a mechanical perspective, they're insanely cost-effective and great in chimps. I do say from a mechanical perspective though, because I can't help but feel that's such an awkward tower to build around. I mentioned this earlier, but the Beast Handler is a land tower, and the top path is an aquatic tower. And having to tether an aquatic tower to land just feels really bizarre, since its range isn't exceptional, and buffing the Beast Handler's range even further doesn't allow you to place it any further. Which I'm alright with on paper, but it makes it fairly bad on maps where you would genuinely expect aquatic towers to perform at their best, since it effectively removes a ton of the path's range. I think it's telling that this tower is at its most effective on maps like Bloody Puddles, where the vast majority of the map is land, and although you could totally argue it's bizarre that other aquatic towers like the Buccaneer or Submarine are even remotely viable on those maps, like how did bro sail there? Those towers only get better and better on maps with more and more water. And having the inverse where an aquatic tower only gets worse the more water there is doesn't feel unique. It just feels wrong. I don't know. Overall, I just feel like the tower is remarkably off. There are people that genuinely like it, and again, I don't want to subtract from your joy, but I feel like every problem with a Beast Handler is at its worst with this path. As in, the Orca is one of the only towers ever released that had to be immediately nerfed via hotfix by reducing its damage by 95%. Meaning it was 20 times more effective than it was supposed to be, which I feel like set the stage for just how much of a balanced nightmare this was going to be for the developers. Yeah, sorry, I'd like to put this thing into C, but from my experience, I think it's a D tier tower. The T-Rex, though? He's fun. I actually really like him. He's a great mid-game stepping stone that can also become an incredible late-game carry. And that entire point about a tower building into itself is especially prevalent with his upgrade, because the best strategy for it is to build a T-Rex as a standalone carry until it's maxed out, which makes it really enjoyable to use and is the simple, mindless fun I wish the tier 5s could be involved in, but has unfortunately never embraced. Granted, for optimal performance, you do have to actively micro it, which is actually painful. It's probably my least favorite tower to actively micromanage, but I am okay with that since it's also a fairly effective tower without micro. It reminds me a lot of the biggest one in that it is ideal, but I think it's still at roughly 70 to 80% effectiveness just being a motherfucking T-Rex. So it isn't all that bad. Also, I really enjoy that we got our first real melee tower with it. We've had melee heroes, and we've had very short-range towers that demolish everything that gets near it, but I'd say this is probably the first real melee tower, which I think is pretty fun. I don't know if I can give it an A, because despite knowing that it is an incredibly good tower, I just cannot figure out how to use the Velociraptor, and I think the tier 5 is miraculously even less effective in the late game than the Megalodon, but I feel like giving the fucking T-Rex anything lower than a B may be sacrilege. The entire path is carried by this one upgrade for me, but I think that's enough for a solid B tier. Up next with the Pookie, the reason I love him so much is firstly, the bottom path is a support tower, and a really good one at that. And once you upgrade it into the giant condor, the degree system genuinely feels pretty good. Admittedly, there is an asterisk there, since right now, Degree 17 is just the best upgrade to get, period. As in, it's substantially more effective to have multiple Degree 17s instead of upgrading any Condor past that, which does kinda suck, so I do hope that the later degrees get some considerable buffs later on. But even then, I don't think that's exactly a pure negative, as that means that the save up to Pookie is much more consistent with a lot more variety in how you get there, which I do enjoy since, as far as I can tell from the other tier 4s, it's just merge and forget. And on a similar note, unlike the other two paths where you're generally going to want to camp your beast in a few set locations, the bird actively benefits from strategically placing your handlers to maximize its potentially global coverage, which I really enjoy and sincerely wish the other paths encouraged more. And also, unlike the other two paths, the tier 5 is actually obtainable in normal games. And it's pretty good. It's borderline Bloom Crush or Superstorm good. But not only does this do substantially more damage than them both, but it's global and also has an effective, simple save up into it. And also, unlike the other two paths, which I think I've said that like 4 or 5 times now, this thing will reliably get you to round 100 due to being an all-around great tower. Of course, it's the worst tier 5 in regards to dealing single target damage, so it will struggle against a bad, but with how hard it'll carry the late game, you aren't going to struggle to find an option to pair it with to finish off the game. Since all you have to do is pop the outermost layer, it's effectively just GG when you do get it. It's up there alongside my favorite tier 5 stalling options, and it's one that, just like other premier stalling towers, I will find myself buying if I have giant condors ripping everything apart. It does have the MWB domination effect of being a tier 5 that I can really struggle to transition into because I usually buy the tower for its support capabilities. But since the save up is so much safer and the amount you have to save up is about equal, I do purchase it fairly regularly. So I'm gonna go ahead and throw it into the S tier. If every beast handler was like this, it may very well be one of my favorite towers. But as of right now, I'm just gonna wait for what seems to be an inevitable rework and stick with my funny Birdman with occasional visits from the dinosaurs. And that's it. That's the tier list. If you skip to this point in the video just to comment on a tower's placement before hearing the rationale, sorry, but you are going to jail. But for the rest of you, I wanted to go ahead and thank you for watching this thing. And if you managed to get this far into the video without skipping for reasons incomprehensible to man, I'd like to thank you for watching this video. But I'd also like to give an extra big thank you to my patrons and YouTube members who fund these abominations for reasons I'm similarly confused about, with my current enablers being Madge.Warden, Raymond Jin, Zerolino, Maggie Danger, Luke GB, Safiarter 201, Hornet, Millennium, Rory the Abyss, RamXE, Preseptic, Space Drake, Vasel V, Henry, Skunkledunkle, Tom B, The Muppet Guy, Mikolai, Asphalt, Blue Sailor, Morphus, Infernal Kieran, Lungulus, Baja Blast Enthusiast, Frank, Hannah K, Anon1, Al Diaz, Wumpus, Teachy Boy, Darling Mim, Dan, Black Jade, Jacob S, Michael P, Breadman, Catapult Man 1, Judge and Jury, Scorner Crystalline, Teddy Bear Guy, MOS, Mr. Bones, Pyromusical, and Blazeheart. As always, if you're interested in supporting the channel and these various crimes against humanity, links to all my various social media accounts are included in the description below, as well as more direct ways to support the channel, including Patreon, YouTube memberships, or even merch if you're so inclined. But besides that, I already have to go back to the content mines to edit because making videos on live service games is actually the fucking worst. I had to spend 80 hours on a single boss that was time-gated with multiple 16-hour recording sessions, which was about as exceptional as it sounds. Of course you'll get to see that torment firsthand soon enough, but until then, as always my friends,
Yes, I'm a simp.
Sniper Monkey.